This is the life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. Ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit? Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end. What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit? Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
All of my colors are vibrant, this is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone, connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. ready for me? Ready for me? Ready for me? This is my time. Look at me now. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
All of my colors are vibrant, this is living action. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone, connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now.
For this first year of the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. So, hello everybody, and welcome along to this third and final day as we are standing by for the middle of three races. Yesterday it was Seb Priaulx from pole to checkered flag, and he will start again on the pole position. In the Global Broadcast Centre for IMSA Radio, it's John Hindorf and Bruce Jones. Slightly overcast today as the cars roll off. We'll talk to Bruce about yesterday's race in a moment, but let's have a look at the grid for today's action. Sitting at the back is Alexandra Marmareniu for MRS GT Racing. He shares the 13th row of the grid with his MRS GT Racing teammate Andor Kovac. That's 14 and 16 on that row of the grid, the 13th. On the 12th row of the grid, in 23rd, Vernon McClure for TPC Racing. Irish Mike Racing's number 95, Conor Flynn, is alongside him. In 21st position, Craig Conway for Irish Mike's Racing. Goldcrest Motorsports' Grady Willingham is alongside. On the 10th row, Matt Holcomb is the best of the Pro-Am 991 category runners for Kelly Moss Road and Race. And he's got Joseph, Goldcrest Motorsports, excuse me, he's got Kelly Moss Road and Race, Joe Lombardo alongside him. Next forward, and we're in the Pro-Am categories of the 992s. Bill Smith in the bright orange number 42 for Top Racing. Jeffrey Mazurek beside him for Goldcrest in the number 29. On the 8th row of the grid, on the inside, Tom Collingwood for BGB Motorsports in the 69, John Gutz for Wright Motorsports in the 57. 7th row of the grid, Kurt Swearingen for ACI Motorsports and JDX's Tim Pappas in the 54. 6th row of the grid, we have pole sitter in Pro-Am Efren Castro, Team Hardpoint EPM in 11th position, and Hutton McKenna in the white and yellow Wright Motorsports number 88 in the Pro category. The top 10, first 5 rows are all the 992 Pro class cars. Dylan Murray for BGB Motorsports in the bright green number 38, then the bright yellow Sebastian Carrazzo number 27 for Kelly Moss Road and Race. In front of them, it is 7th position, Sean McAllister for JDX in the number 2, TJ Fisher for Top Racing in the number 58. It's Lee Keane in 5th position on the inside of row 3. He's got his teammate Ryan Gates alongside him, both running for 311 RS Motorsports. Front 2 rows of the grid, and it's all Porsche Junior drivers, all under the age of 23, and all battling at the front of the field. Kai van Berlo, championship leader, coming in, the number 3 in 3rd position with Riley Dickinson alongside him, and on the front row, Parker Thompson in 2nd from Seb Priaulx on pole position. And Bruce Jones, Seb Priaulx taking the win yesterday from pole position. He's on pole here today. He was strangely, I thought, sort of a muted kind of response yesterday. It looked like he'd worked hard, but the first third of his job was done yesterday.
It was. The first part of his job, John, was done by getting into the first turn in front, and with Parker Thompson being attacked from behind from Kai Berlo, he was able to make his escape, and he just had the race totally under control. But knowing Seb, he was focusing on the fact it's a 3-race meeting. This is about to be the start of the second one. If he can put this one in the bag, he's already taken the championship lead. It'll be a fantastic weekend for him.
Shark Blue 992 GT3 is in the pit lane. It's doing safety car duties at the moment. The green flag is in the air, hugging the pit wall. The Multimatic pole sitting car of Seb Priaulx. He's got Kai van Berlo following him down, but it's a jump to the front for Parker Thompson in the red and white car. The man from Canada, and for JDX Racing, and the number 9 machine goes to the front of the field. Paul Sitter in 2nd, coming through into 3rd, Riley Dickinson for Team Hardpoint. Lee Keane sitting in behind Kai van Berlo. That's your top 5 as they go onto the infield here at Indianapolis on the almost 2.6 mile infield circuit. It does use the infield hairpin, So not the little wiggle and then straight down the middle straight, which is where they are now. So a good start from the left-hand side of the front row for Parker Thompson. For JDX Racing, the number 9 red-white car leads from the pole sitter in second. Seb Priaulx, long race here, 45 minutes. Bruce was talking about this yesterday. He's absolutely right. Most Carrera Cup races around the world are 30 or 35 minutes. But here in the North American race, traditionally, even when it was just a Carrera Cup, it's always been 45 or 50 minutes, depending on the track. So they have to look after their Michelin tyres. That's about as far as these cars can go. There'll be disappointment, Bruce Jones, that Seb Priaulx didn't convert that pole position into a lead at turn 1 this time around.
Well, he was so determined to block off any attack from the inside, principally from his teammate Kai van Berlo. Van Berlo took a challenge. He ended up dropping a position, but Parker Thompson, there was no defence against him. He really nailed it at the start. And look, he is the Seb Priaulx of yesterday. He's made that break at the front of the race. Van Berlo is back in 4th place, though, behind Riley Dickinson. So that will actually help Seb Priaulx, because when we get up to full racing speed, you really do expect Van Berlo will start to attack. Yesterday, he ended up visiting the pits, dropped out of the top 10 overall. An absolute disaster for him. Came here as a championship leader. But now Seb Priaulx, who's second in the race at the moment, is on top of the points. But importantly, his chief championship challenger is 2 places behind him. He won't care too much if Parker... Well, he will care quite a lot, actually, if Parker Thompson wins the race. But his main aim is to keep Van Berlo behind him and therefore scoring fewer points. That's the target. But how will they use their tyres? I think they learnt big lessons yesterday. You can see the pace really starting to drop off towards the end of the race. But this is a morning race today, so very, very different conditions, John. Much cooler, so maybe they can push the tyres that bit harder for all 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good point that you make. Championship still very much in the balance with another race here this weekend, and then we move on to Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, for another triple header to round off this very important season, particularly for the junior category drivers who are all battling for the opportunity to go to Europe and to represent this championship in the young driver shootout. Efren Castro in the number 65, leading for Team Hardpoint EBM. In the Pro-Am category, 3 classes of driver, 2 classes of car. The 992s, over 20 cars in that. An extraordinary feat by Dr. Daniel Ambruster, the outgoing head, president and CEO of Porsche Motorsport North America, to get all of those cars into this new for 2021 championship. First time we've had a Carrera Cup. And all of those cars taken up. We have got a grandfathered section as well for the cars. Pro-Am 991s, and that's Matt Holcomb in the Goldcrest Mystery Machine coloured car, the number 55, who's leading that at the moment.
Well, it's a good thing, John, we're looking at Efren Castro. He took victory and today was on pole for the Pro-Am class, but the person he may have to watch out is right at the back of the field. Why should he watch out for him? Because it's the championship leader in Pro-Am. It's Alan Metni, who yesterday, get this, was competing in the Lamborghini series to Laguna Seca. He abandoned the first race, but he's coming because he was equal in good positions in both championships. He thought, I can lose one of these races, come and still get 2 races on the Sunday. He started from absolute last position, 27th on the grid. He's already picked off a few places. It's going to be a long haul for him, but look out for number 99. He's here to score points today, and then he's come in cold. The rivals have all had a day and a half of testing and qualifying and yesterday's race, but look out for Alan Metni. He's going to be on the rise.
Already up to the 10th in Pro-Am. I didn't mention him in the grid because he didn't have any practice times. The other car that we might have expected to be here was Max Root. He's not coming across, having competed at Laguna yesterday and pulled off a stunning victory, starting in the Michelin Pilot Challenge with Jan Helen for Wright Motorsports in their Cayman 718 GT4 car. Qualified on pole, took the start of the race, and a superb race there yesterday. This is the start of the Fast 5 here on IMSA Radio this Sunday, with 2 races from here at IMS, and then 3 other races from Laguna Seca, including the WeatherTech Sportscar Championship, all in sound and vision at imsaradio.com. Just go to that URL. We've got sound on RS2 if you're travelling around, and the vision is on the live video tab with 2 separate players there to cover off all of the action this weekend. Shea Adam and Jeremy Shaw will be joining me in the Global Broadcast Centre later on for all of the action from Laguna Seca. But for now, our focus for this and the third race of the weekend very much at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as IMSA is actually running 3 different venues this weekend. They're at Road America with another one of their sanctioned events as well. So congratulations to IMSA Competitions Department for spreading their resources between 3 absolutely iconic venues, by the way. If you're in an IMSA championship, you're going to some great places. Just this one weekend, Laguna Seca, Indianapolis Motor Speedway and Road America. Yeah, it's not a bad gig to have as part of the IMSA Competitions Department. Hard-working team that they are, all joking aside. Parker Thompson then leads across the line as the time, it is a time-sensitive race rather than a lap-sensitive race. Side by side, Matt Holcomb in the Mystery Machine, number 55. And he was battling with Joe Lombardo, and looks like Joe's gone through into the lead of the Pro-Am 991 category. He's in the 19th position in that red and black car, just getting a little squirrely into turn 1. But a nice manoeuvre by Joe Lombardo. He's picked up his pace quite nicely and developed over the weekend, Bruce.
No, he really has. And another driver who's really picking up the pace is Ryan Gates, who unfortunately went wide at the first turn on the opening lap yesterday and spent the rest of the race coming back up the order. Today, he's running behind his 311 RS Motorsport teammate, that's Lee Keane. They're running 5th and 6th, and I actually sense there's a bit more pace in Gates than Keane, but he's got to find a way past. But as those two are fighting, it means the 4 cars ahead are pulling ever further clear. You've got Thompson in the lead, then Prio, Dickinson and Van Berlo very close together. But this weekend, in that battle between the 2 drivers that were at the front of the championship, the 2 teammates, Van Berlo and Prio, you really feel that Prio, the British driver's got more of a grip, and Van Berlo just doesn't have the answers at the moment, whereas other weekends he has had the answers.
Hello to Tyler Kinghorn, who's tuned in, watching this super pictures in this early morning from Indianapolis. The shadow's still quite long. Efren Castro coming under a little bit of pressure from Hutton McKenna. Now, they're not in the same category, both with 992 cars, but if you are very good with your eyesight and you're here at the Speedway, you'll notice there's a slight blue tinge to the 4 day notice lights, the running lights on the yellow and black car, and he's got blue door mirrors and shade bands and wing end plates. That signifies he's in the Pro-Am category. White headlights, silver mirrors and wing end plates will tell you that the white and yellow McKenna Porsche, and it is sponsored by McKenna Porsche. Great to have that name back. That signifies in the Pro category. My goodness, that's rolling back the years for me from seeing those cars in the old American Le Mans series, back down through the years. Seems like yesterday, but when I think back, of course, it's 20 years. Seems like no time at all.
One other way you can denote the differences is the numbers on the windscreens. They're white if you're in the Pro class, blue if you're in the Pro-Am, and then if you're in the Pro-Am 991, they're in red. So lots of visual clues within these classes. The numbers white on the windscreen, I say, for the numbers for the Pro class, but the numbers on the door are black on a white background. But basically, it's white for the Pro class, blue for the Pro-Am class, and for the Pro-Am 991. Their identification of the red flashes, the red dots on the light, and so on. But no mistaking where the Pro runners are. They're at the front of the field, with the exception of the driver we've just been looking at, Hutton McKenna. He's still behind the Pro-Am leader, Efren Castro. At the front of the race, though, Parker Thompson is stroking this. 1.141 seconds to good, but yesterday, the driver on screen right now, number 15, Sebastian Prio, enjoyed a buffer of about 4 seconds, was able to lose a bit when he came up to traffic, didn't have to take risks when he was doing lapping. He was just always totally comfortable. Today, the gap isn't as big as yet for Parker Thompson, But right now, look at the screens, and Seb Prio's got Riley Dickinson driving a fantastic race all over his tail in the Porsche Austin entered car, and really keeping Seb Prio looking backwards as well as forwards, which is exactly what Parker Thompson wants him to be doing.
The 3 races this weekend, plus the qualifying and the 2 free practices, all covered live in sound and vision as part of Porsche Cars North America. Brand new event, the Porsche Sportscars Together Festival, also had a US Luftgekühlt, celebrating all things air-cooled. Pat Long not here this weekend, but his team looking after that forum here in Indianapolis. Pat, of course, racing at Laguna Seca this weekend. It's been a real festival atmosphere and a big success. Congratulations to everybody involved from Porsche Cars North America, and particularly to our broadcast partners, Apex, and everyone who's put together the very complicated and long days of video. Our camera operators have been working very, very hard indeed this weekend. Many thanks to them. Still plenty to come today, and we'll leave the video running all day at imsaradio.com if you want to drop in and see what's going on. There's a Porsche Sprint Challenge North America. There's a variety of fast lappery and time attack sessions, as well as some absolutely jaw-droppingly, mouth-wateringly, heart-stoppingly brilliant old Porsches in their race cars. Tim Pappas has just had a little spin on the infield, got on the grass, which is a little bit damp this morning. Just a little bit of overnight moisture on there. The Michelin tyres, though, still warm enough to give him forward progress, and he gets out just in front of Matt Holcomb, so he's dropped down to 19th position from 14th when he crossed the line. But great to see Tim back and renewing his association with Porsche after that scary accident at Bathurst a couple of years ago. Coming down to the final corner, and the car hit the wall and burst into flames. Tim, for me, inextricably linked, of course, with Black Swan and the green and black cars. Nice to see a Black Swan evocation on his 54 car, also that number as well. Great to see the tall fella back and racing again. Clearly that's none of his competitive spirit.
Whenever I see Tim Pappas, again, this is going back a few years, I always expect he's going to come into the pits and hand over to Jeroen Bleekemolen. All the years they were competing together. It's funny how some drivers, yes, of course, they raced together for years, but they always seem to be in the same photographs together and everything, and really enjoying their racing, which I think is key for so many of the competitors. Pappas certainly keen to get back up the Aura, attacking Joe Lombardo there. Joe wants not to get knocked off, though. He had a spin yesterday when he was fighting for class honours. Today he's leading the class ahead of Matt Halcomb, but he might be well advised to let Tim Pappas through. They're not in the same class.
Front of the field, still Parker Thompson, who is leading out. And that gap has neither grown nor decreased. JDX Racing from Kelly Moss Road and Racing, Team Hardpoint from Kelly Moss Road and Racing, and then the 2 311 RS cars, Lee Keane and Ryan Gates, just dropping off a little bit. So the top 4, the juniors in the 2021 category, with half an hour to go, Jeremy. And is this the time that Parker Thompson just makes his move? Trying to stretch away just a little bit. The car's starting with a full tank of VP Racing fuel. That's when all the energy has to go into the Michelin Pilot Cup tyres, excuse me, which are all N-marked, as all of you Porsche owners know. Means that they are specific to Porsche recommendations and specifications, even on the race tyres. Michelin's Pilot Cup tyres are N-marked. Looks to me as though this could be a decisive part of the race, and I just wonder how the guys have set the cars up. Lots more to play with, not lots more setup tweaks on the 992s, including a far more adjustable rear wing. And there is a balance to be had here in the aero, Bruce, with the long, fast stretches on the middle straight and the start-finish line, and then the far more technical infield sections. So the I suppose the compromise between top speed and downforce is always going to be something that the teams and the drivers have got to work out.
Yeah, very good point. And in fact, just looking at the way Seb Priaulx was going through, well, through turn 1, but when he went through turns 2 and 3, I think his car is set up for more straight line speed. He certainly got a car that appears to have a little less grip. But I think you were talking about, would Parker Thompson escape? I think the answer is no, because it's still only, what, 1.4 seconds. I think Seb Priaulx is really putting in a burst now to try and drop Riley Dickinson off his tail. I think he's nearly done enough. 0.7 of a second between them. It was only half a second. If he can get another 1/10 of a second, then he doesn't have to worry about Dickinson, and then he can focus on Thompson. And I really think this is what we're going to see over the next 2 laps. And earlier I said something that didn't turn out to be true at all. Shock horror. The 311 RS Motorsport cars, we had Lee Keane ahead of Ryan Gates, and I felt there was a bit more speed in Gates, but over the last 2 laps, Lee Keane has proved me very wrong indeed. He is the closest driver to the pace of the front 4, the Flying 4 juniors, and Gates has fallen away from his tail. They're still 5th and 6th, but that gap is opening out in Keane's favour, so I got him wrong.
Bright orange, number 42. And that car we saw rather too much of from Bill Smith and Top Racing in the early part of the weekend. Rather difficult to hide if you do have a little whoopsie when the car is bright tangerine.
Kai van Berlo.
Oh, this is huge for the championship, Bruce Jones. Van Berlo, 4-way flashes on. He's had a spin or some kind of incident. The 4-way flashes come on automatically. And the number 3 car from Kelly Boss Road and Race stranded on the track. This could bring out the safety car, which will back everything back up. But more importantly, one of our main championship contenders at the moment is not scoring points, Bruce.
Well, he came here yesterday with a meagre lead of 7 points. Then he literally scored none in the race, finishing 11th overall, having had to visit the pits, whereas Seb Priaulx won the race, grabbed the 25 points for victory. This is looking like a big, fat 0. Dropped out of 4th place. He didn't seem to be in any trouble at all starting that. He was right on the pace of the front runners, right on the tail of Riley Dickinson, who was running 3rd. Yet to see what happened, but that looks more like a car that's pulled off rather than one that's had a spin. But maybe someone will hook into the box of replays and find out what happened.
Well, the hazard flashes tend to come on when there's been an incident and the car has sensed something out of kilter, although there is uncharacteristically a little bit of either vapour or smoke coming out from under the back of the car. We have got yellow flags at turn 1. Is it just at turn 1 for that incident? Yes, it is. Turn 1 and turn 2.
So that doesn't look to me, John, as though that's a place he's had a spin. That looks like he's got down there and just pulled off, because otherwise I think his car would be facing the other way or be further across the grass. As you said, the grass has got that little sort of glisten to it the early morning here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But a big, fat disappointment for young Kai van Berlo.
We said at the early part of the weekend, didn't we, that this could be a pivotal weekend in terms of all of the championships, with 3 races in quick succession. You can barely, if ever, in a championship that is this competitive as it has been down through the years here in North America and globally, and a full course caution is out, you can barely afford 1 DNF and lowly score, but 2 at this stage of the season for Kai van Berlo really could be curtains for his championship charge. He will not want to wish bad luck on any of his championship contenders, but really that's what it's going to take now. And Seb Priaulx, I'm sure, coming into this weekend, would like to have raced Kai, which he did in the first race, but then there was that problem, as you documented, for Kai, and Priaulx has had to take his opportunity, and he's in good position to do this now. Now, if there was slightly less pressure on Priaulx before to pass Parker Thompson, that is reduced even more right now when we get back to green behind the Shark Blue 992 at the moment, because his major championship contender, Bruce Jones, is scoring a big donut again this second race.
Yeah, or the only reason for him to try and push to Parker Thompson is professional pride, but he's got to keep that in check. But with a father like Andy Priaulx, who's won championships all around the world, he understands the effectiveness of just picking up the points. Why take a risk right now? You only get 5 more points for winning, but that means even if he finishes in second place, he'll be scoring 20 points, and his erstwhile Chief Championship rival Kai van Berlo will be scoring absolutely nothing. So it's a 20-point freebie. Then that means 4 races to go. The later one this evening, or mid-afternoon here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, then the trio at the final round at Road Atlanta. So it's the equivalent of saying, instead of having to win all those final races, you can finish 3rd, 4th, 5th, wherever you want. But again, Parker Thompson third in the championship. He's going to have to be going for victories all the time. So he's got a much different prospect ahead of him. And for Kai van Berlo, when he comes back for the final race this afternoon of the trio here and the 3 down in Road Atlanta, he's got to win all of them now. So suddenly the complexion of the championship has changed entirely.
Yeah, 100%, Bruce. That great summation of the situation. One has to ask oneself now, as good as Kelly Moss Road and Race are, what kind of failure is that on the number 3 car of Kai van Berlo, and have they got enough time and the right components to be able to get that car running again? If it's electrical or something that can easily be swapped out, but I hate to see either water or oil vapor coming out from underneath the back of a Porsche 911. These cars, I would say, it's fair to say that those flat 6 4-litre engines, which have been a carryover, slightly different electronics package to give a few more horsepower and a little more torque, but those engines have been pretty much entirely bulletproof in the years that they're being used. Went up from the 3.8 to the 4-litre a few years ago now, of course, and the same engine in the safety car that is leading them around, that normally aspirated 4-litre, it's been taken out to just on 4.1, that engine, for the Le Mans car, the RSR 19. I think it's 4192, just under 4.2 litres. And when I asked why it was 4192 or 4191 and not, 4199, the engineers told me that is literally as big as it will go without the cylinders becoming, instead of 3 on one side and 3 on the others, just one big cylinder. There's very little between the walls of the cylinder. So much more conservative, if you will, for the 4-litre block, which has done sterling service down through the years in a number of different guises. And if that is an engine problem, well, then you've got to say time is not on the side of Kai van Berlo and his Kelly Moss Road and Race team, Bruce, to get anything major changed, notwithstanding the fact this is a brand new championship and parts for racing cars, as in parts for street cars at the moment, are in short supply because of the current situation around the world.
Absolutely so, John. Just to let people know, the race this afternoon is at 4:10 local time in Indianapolis, so it is going to be a massive, massive race if that indeed is the problem. And you do feel very sorry indeed for Kai van Berlo. Doesn't appear that was anything to do with him, but it's a big, big problem. And as you were saying, John, it's one thing if you have a bad weekend when it's a 2-race race meeting, but with a 3-race meeting, if you don't get to start the final one and you've come away with just a handful of points from the first one, none from the second race, your championship that was looking rosy, smiles all round, no longer anything of that sort. Just looking ahead to the restart, though, maybe this is a chance that Seb Priaulx will be thinking, hey, I've got a chance to take the lead, but we all just sort of understand the situation that that's maybe not something he should be taking a risk to try and achieve. Another person we talked about a short while ago, John, Alan Metney, he's risen to 7th up in the Pro-Am class, so car 99, with the field being compressed, he is still the championship leader in the Pro-Am class, despite not doing yesterday's race, because he was in California, no less. Look out for him. He will be starting to make a charge. He's going to try and grab as many points as he can without taking too many risks in this race, and then see what he can do in the second race, which will be the 3rd race of the meeting. That's the second one today. So look out for Alan Metney, but again, he doesn't want to take too many risks. He doesn't need to. He's still sitting on a good points cushion in Pro-Am.
Point. Very good point indeed. The very nice Shark Blue 992 GT3, the Tag Heuer safety car. Tag Heuer back with their partnership with Porsche Motorsports and Porsche Cars, sharing the Carrera name, of course, those two famous brands. Nice to see them back together again. And the safety car lights are out. We're going back to green with, it'll be just on about 19 and a half, maybe a few seconds less than that, a few seconds fewer than that to go when we come back to the green flag, and Parker Thompson will be waiting till his competitors have got a bit of steering lock on. He went at the apex of turn 13, and Seb Priaulx rather read that move. In third place, Riley Dickinson dropped a little bit further back, and Lee Keane might be the one to benefit here. He will pull out of the slipstream. Riley Dickinson goes towards the pit wall to make it as difficult as possible. Keane will come back to driver's left, and that means that Dickinson can't cover him off there. They'll go side by side into turn 1, and behind them, off on the run-off area, Ryan Gates is trying to get in on it. That's the second of the red 311 RS cars. But it is as you were from the restart. Seb Priaulx unable to press. Dylan Murray, Sean McAllister off in the background. The JTX number 2 car in the Shell top-up colours.
Well, you could
on
sense
the grass.
You could sense something was happening, John. We only had a handful of cars getting out of turn 2 because those behind clearly didn't. But actually, the person who was luckiest of all there was Seb Priaulx, with Riley Dickinson and Lee Keane trying to outbrake each other. They both missed a natural braking point. And in fact, looking at the rear view shot, they were so close, the tail of the Guernseyman. He could have been spun out. And then the group in behind, well, 4 into 2, 4 into 1 corner, doesn't really work.
Hutton McKenna was the catalyst there. He was the one that went down the inside in the McKenna Porsche. I'm reminded by Shea Adam, IMSA Radio colleague, the McKenna 22 and the 23 Porsches in the ALMS run by Alex Job Racing for the likes of Timo Bernhard, Jörg Bergmeister, with factory support. And those two drivers, Jörg Bergmeister and Timo Bernhard, going on to great things for Porsche. And they started as Porsche juniors, as did people like Sasha Masson and plenty of others who've come through the Porsche effectively academy down through the years. And this is what these juniors at the front of the field are racing to be a part of here for the first time in North America, with the Carrera Cup being inaugurated this year for 2021. Thompson by 9/10 of a second over Priaulx. Dickinson now in an uncontended third position, with Lee Keane up to 4th and Ryan Gates to 5th, the 311 RS. TJ Fisher for Top Racing in with a shout now, just half a second away from Gates. He's in the top 6, with Carrazzo getting slowed down by the Schmozzle. He's a second and a half further back in 7th. Efren Castro leading for Team Hardpoint EPM in the Pro-Am category, now up to 8th position, but 4 seconds back, having to avoid that calamitous restart.
Well, in fact, that restart really helped the lead trio in the Pro-Am class. Castro is just starting to pull away a little bit, but he's got Kurt Swearingen right on his tail, and Tim Pappas even closer, almost trading paint down into turn 7. And then we've got some slow moving.
Dylan Murray, Bruce, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, he's limped his way around. Well done, John.
It is one of the 2 cars that was involved. I think Hutton McKenna might have got away with that contact. He was the one that started it all off. Is he still running? I think he is. Try and get an eyeball on him.
No, he's not. He's listed down towards the tail of the order.
Yes, you're right.
I feel the action isn't over, John. We've got 16 minutes remaining. This little scrap for second and, well, fighting over second place in Pro-Am. I think it's about to change right now, because Tim Pappas in 54 getting his nose up the inside as they come onto the banking. Won't get a slipstream, but they'll be side by side, and he's on the right side for getting down to turn 1.
Might use a little bit of side draft to try and slow down Kurt Swearingen. 2 green, black and grey cars, and it is the 54 down the inside. Old age and treachery maybe by Tim Pappas. He's been in that position many times. Kurt Swearingen in the number 17 then cedes second place to Tim Pappas. They're about 3 seconds behind Efren Castro in that yellow and black car, and another car moving slowly. It's one of the GT silver cars. Is that Tom Collingwood's car?
Yeah, I think it is. It looks like a long name on the screen. So, oh dear, and we've had
it's Alexandra Mermarino, who's it is actually. My apologies.
He arrived on the straights, but not in the orthodox style, John.
Yes, not sure that you're supposed to be showing the rear lights, the tail lights of your 992 as you come through turn number 14. Yellow, double yellows are out. Now, if new to the championship this weekend, Alexandra Marmareanu cannot get that car refired, I fear we're going to have another intervention. Yeah, and scrambling the safety car. Can he get to pit out before Parker Thompson comes down? I think he will. Yes, he will. And the double yellows are out, so Parker will see to his right-hand side coming down into turn 1. Safety car driver had to be really on his mettle there as he was called into action again. But the over 500 horsepower of the street version of these racing cars, and I say that without any exaggeration because the running gear of the 993 is absolutely identical. There's a PDK semi-automatic operation box, 2-pedal car. There's a 6-speed manual available if you like, which takes about 25-30 kilos out of the weight of the car and gives you a 3rd pedal. But the flat 6, the double wishbone front suspension, and even the swan neck mounting for the rear wing, all identical, as is the body shell. Slightly bigger wheels actually on the street car, 21s at the front, 22s at the back. First time that's happened on a 911-inch. Bigger diameter on the back of the new 992s. The 8th iteration of Porsche's signature car. Porsche just at the Munich Motor Show, Bruce, released what they are calling a concept car, Mission R, which I have been fortunate to see some photographs of that car actually moving, and also the architecture underneath that electric racer that they say will run for 45 to 50 minutes. And there are some 911 there's some 911 architecture under that car. There's some very clever battery packaging and aero, and yes, it may be a concept. I feel that that is far more than just that.
My very thoughts on that, John. It's a really sharp-looking bit of machinery. One point I just want to make, as we have the field of cars streaming through turns 12 and into 13 behind the safety car. In the back, in fact, just coming to shot now, Alan Metney, rain written on the door. His car is silver. It started last in Pro-Am, last on the grid. He's now up to 4th, so these restarts are really, really good for him. He's now on the tail of Kurt Swearingen and Tim Pappas, and so he could yet get past both of those. Then he just has to go off after Efin Castro, and therefore the championship leader in Pro-Am could have come from the very back to get up to challenge for the leading class, which would be an epic run. He's had these opportunities put in front of them, and so far he's grabbed them with both hands. So he's running in 11th place overall behind the gunmetal green and yellow car of Kurt Swearingen, and I fancy he's got a taste for getting a few more points under his belt.
He has won a race in the previous incarnation of this category and won it outright. So he's absolutely used to running with the big dogs at the front of the field, and regardless of his Pro-Am status, because everyone in the Pro-Am category, as how can I put this diplomatically, has a little more experience of life. Is that reasonable to say that, Chris?
But they've been to more birthday parties, John. Their own.
Very good. Yes, I'm stealing that. I'm really had more birthday parties of their own, yes.
They might be 54, but they still pin the tail on the donkey. Little British party game.
So, coming down to just the last 10 minutes with the clear-up going on, and a good opportunity to say, both here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and in fact all of the venues that we've been covering events this weekend, Nürburgring Nordschleife, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Laguna Seca as well. Thank you to our volunteers, whether you're waving a flag on post as a flag marshal, you are track services, recovery, medical, of course, or even if you are just helping people park cars, looking at tickets, or making sure they're all safe with the protocols that are required nowadays in race tracks. Thank you very much for giving your time. We simply can't go racing without you. You are all our heroes. Thank you very much indeed. safety car lights are out, under 10 minutes to go. We'll go back for the dash for points, if not cash, for round about 9 minutes of racing. And once again, Parker Thompson from JTX Racing in the white, red, grey and maple leaf, number 9, will have to defend from Seb Priaulx. But the story of this race, as the story from yesterday, is that the man who came into this weekend leading the championship, Kai van Berlo, the Dutchman from Kelly Moss Road and Race, had an awful race yesterday, netted 0 points, and his car has come to grief again today. I wonder if that was a follow-on from the problems yesterday that had him in the pits. Parker Thompson becomes the safety car now as he backs them up, coming through into turn 12 onto the infield before they open up through the left-hander at 13. This is where he went last time. Seb Priaulx almost giving him a bit of a bump draft there and wasn't quite as awake as he was the last time round. And Riley Dickinson might be the one here in third position for the team hardpoint car with the white and grey front end as they streak across the yard of bricks. Was 8:38 to go. We're back racing at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And in the background, TJ Fisher's having a look at Ryan Gates. He's got down the inside before the yard of bricks and goes up into 5th position. The silver car with the red front. Oh, and my goodness, it's Priaulx's being turned around by Dickinson. Priaulx goes around the man who was looking to consolidate the championship lead, and Dickinson's taking him out. Riley Dickinson down at turn 1, big hit. That'll be a penalty for sure there for Dickinson, but that doesn't help Sebastian Priaulx with just 8 minutes to go. Bruce Jones, the championship pendulum swings again.
It really does. That small area down between turns 1 and turn 2. It's Kai van Berlo out of the race, and we don't know if haven't seen yet if Priaulx is out, but he's certainly dropping down the order. And there was a mistake from Ryan Gates coming onto the start-finish straight. He ran a bit high. That's why TJ Fisher got the better run down the straight. He is now not in what he was expecting to be up into 5th position. He's up into 4th. Right, number 15 is going all over again. He's got to pick off those in front of him. So Seb Priaulx has got going, but he's right down the order. He's behind, I think, Vernon McClure even. He's right down towards the tail of the pack, but he's going to be picking them off.
Just goes by the JTX Racing number 2 car of Sean McAllister. That's a pro place made up, so that's important. So he's now into 8th position in the pro class. That's the points he's chasing now. It's about redemption. The problem is the pros are the top 7 now, and he's got a heap of cars between himself and the top 7, and I fear that without a safety car, 8th place points for the Guernseyman is as good as he's going to get, although I suspect Riley Dickinson will get a penalty for the contact on the restart. It was considerable. We'll leave that in the hands of race control at the moment. He's sitting in 2nd position. Lee Keane could benefit here. Parker Thompson, a good restart, and he's out in front by a 2.5 seconds after the issues that were going on behind him. So Dickinson diving down the inside very, very late, and he was never there. There was a small gap to the inside, but nobody is getting close to that interior curb there. It's turn number 1, Bruce. That was a low percentage lunge personified there by Riley Dickinson in the Team Hardpint EBM. And so unusual for Riley. He's normally a very considered driver. Yeah, I'd say it's a single figure percentage charge going down the inside there. So unfortunate for both concerned, but particularly for Andy Priaulx. But the person who may have a slight wry smile on his face is Kai van Berlo, because if Andy, well, he'll pick off some of the Pro-Am runners. Sebastian. Sorry, did I say Andy? Good grief, I've just... Twice. That's $10. It's reiteration. I always like to reiterate more and more. But anyhow, it means he's only heading for sort of 8 or 9 points, whether he finishes 8th or 7th. Sebastian Priaulx, just to reiterate what I haven't lost all of my marbles as yet. But so Parker Thompson's done nothing wrong, controlled the 2nd restart. He's going to be galloping off in the next 6 minutes or so to take the maximum haul of points for 25 points. So suddenly he came here 3rd on points, and he's going to be heading up very close to Kai van Berlo after this race, without Seb Priaulx galloping clear at the front of the field. So the pendulum swung a little bit his way. And it's good. It means it's going to be much closer. We're going to have a 3-way championship battle when we get down to Road Atlanta for the final trio of races. Priaulx still making up positions. Goes by Bill Smith. That's for 13th overall, the four-way flash is still going after that incident because they need to be cancelled by the drivers. They come on automatically. Also a battle at the front for 7th and 8th, which is 1st and 2nd in Pro-Am. Efren Castro in the hard point, yellow and dark blue, almost looks like yellow and black, that car, with Tim Pattis in the black, grey and green, number 54. They're having a cracking scrap at the moment, and that is actually slowing them down. And Kurt Swearingen is under pressure now from Alan Metney for 3rd position in the Pro-Am. Meantime, Tom Collingwood for BGP Motorsports is the next target for Sebastian Priaulx. Down the infield straight, Tim Pattis just dropped back a couple of 3 cars lengths in that number 54 from the leader in class, Efren Castro. He's done a good job on that restart. He was under pressure for the first lap and a half or so, but he settled down. Under 5 minutes to go, in fact 4 minutes to go now. And it's still Parker Thompson who leads in Pro. Efren Castro in Pro-Am. And in Pro-Am 991, Joe Lombardo, he's got a healthy lead there, with Grady Willingham up into 2nd, having the scrap with Matt Holcomb as only half a second further back there in 18th and 19th position. But the story of this race is at the top of the championship, Jeremy, and it'll be arithmetic at the end of this one to work out who has done what to whom. But certainly Parker Thompson has done his championship aspirations no harm whatsoever.
Parker really hasn't put a wheel wrong. Came home with 2nd place points yesterday, heading for victory today. But the 2 different points at which he floored the throttle at those restarts, of course, the race leader has the prerogative of when they put the throttle down. The first time around, it was read almost perfectly by Seb Priaulx. That time, the second time around, he did a very slightly different point. And this time, he got away, got the brake, broke the toe immediately down the straight past the pits, which obviously is the vital thing to do. Now he's controlling the race. He's 1.2 seconds to good, but it's Riley Dickinson in behind. We do think, though, there is a question mark over Riley keeping that 2nd place, because obviously his contact was the move that took Seb Priaulx out of the race was ambitious, and then a little bit more.
The restart zone, as directed by race control, is actually between 13 to the exit of 14. I think the first time he might have argued that Parker Thompson was a tad early, because he went right in the middle of turn 13, about where the pit entry is, and that certainly isn't in the restart zone. He was a tad later on the second restart, but we'll take nothing away from him for that. He lays down some Michelin rubber at that part of the circuit now as he comes back on to the Speedway front straight, obviously in the wrong direction. Dickinson in 2nd with a big question mark hanging over that car. Not literally, of course, that would be aerodynamically awful for him going down the front straight. Haven't seen anything from the race control channel at the moment, but we'll wait for amended results should that happen. But that is being looked at by race control, that contact causing a collision is what's called avoidable contact. It's not about apportioning blame from race control, but it is about who is the instigator of avoidable contact and causing a collision.
Right,
race control will have many more angles than we have on that, and we'll leave them to make that decision. Sorry, Bruce.
No, I'm sorry.
Last minute and a half.
Just got so enthusiastic. I was looking out to see if Alan Metney was going to be able to pick off Kurt Swearingen to go up to 3rd in Pro-Am. He has. He's now up to 9th place overall, and that means Tim Pappas can't concentrate too hard on the tail of class leader Efren Castro, who's heading for 7th place and Pro-Am victory. But Tim's got to look in his mirrors, because Alan Metney is certainly, he didn't travel from California to Indianapolis just to hang around in the race. He's come up from the very 27th on the grid up to, at the moment, 9th place. He could yet get up to 8th and could yet get the 20 points for 2nd place in Pro-Am. That's what he came here for.
And consolidate his lead in the 992 Pro-Am Championship. Into the pit lane for Riley Dickinson. There's the drive-through. Now, is it a drive-through or is it a stop and hold? We'll see that in a moment. He's gone down the pit lane with 29 seconds to go. He's going to lose at least 2 or 3 places, maybe even go down behind Ryan Gates as we start the final lap for Parker Thompson. Seb Priaulx has got by Sean McAllister. Sean McAllister has had an issue and dropped back into the Pro-Am category, so Priaulx now up to 7th. And Riley Dickinson is now his next target on this final lap as far as the pros are concerned, and he's only going to be 3 or 4 seconds up the road, but I think that is a position too far.
Well, we've got
So
to get clear visions on that, John, because it's such a long pit lane. You're running through at the pit lane maximum speed, which feels as though it's slower than walking pace. No problem at all for Parker Thompson, but I'm just looking for any long shot that will show exactly where Prio is versus Riley Dickinson. I think Dickinson may have even come out level or even behind.
If it was anything other than a drive-through, if it was a stop and hold for anything at all, even as low as 5 seconds, I think Prio will have got through. No doubt about who's going to take this victory, claim the top spot on the run down from the green flag to the first corner. He's now got 2 more corners to go for a victory in this second race of the triple header weekend at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Porsche Sportscar Together Festival. JDX Racing, Parker Thompson closes up on the championship leader as he comes to the line in the number 9 car with Lee Keane for 311 RS Motorsport in second, TJ Fisher for Top Racing in the 58 in third, and then we'll have to look further back. Efren Castro is going to hang on to the Pro-Am lead with Riley Dickinson. I think he is going to come through in 6th position after that drive-through. Yes, there he is coming across the line now. Tim Pappas. Oh, wait a minute, hold back. No, I tell you a fib. Pappas and Metney are 2nd and 3rd. It's Prio in 6th. Sean McAllister in 7th, and Riley Dickinson goes all the way back to 8th. Well, slight redemption and a spin right at the end for Tom Collingwood. That means he drops down. He's literally 2 corners away from the end. So after the incident that took Seb Prio out of 2nd, Riley Dickinson, Bruce, did end up behind him after that penalty that saw him in the pit lane. So Seb Prio back up to 6th, but of course what race control can't do is give him back his 2nd position.
Damage limitation, John, and it would hurt your championship if it was early on, but actually having piled up maximum points yesterday, plus the points for pole position, it could have been worse for Seb Prio. He might find that cold comfort, but he did very well to scramble just a handful of extra points, just keeps him in the championship lead. For Parker Thompson, though, he did absolutely nothing wrong. 2 really good restarts, and don't forget that brilliant getaway at the rolling start at the start of the race. So 25 points for him. So the Canadian very much moving into the mix, but for Seb Prio, gathered it all back up again. He'll be frustrated, but he still scored, whereas Kai van Berlo, his chief championship rival, scored absolutely no points at all.
Well, and that is the only bit of cold comfort, I think, that Sebastian can take from that. He'll be looking, they'll be looking over their shoulder for Parker Thompson, and he's getting some real momentum coming into the end of the season. We often talk in stick and ball sports, don't we, as we come to the end of the season, about the big more, the big momentum. And coming into a end of season where we have another triple header to end off the season at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, which is a circuit where, frankly, anything can happen and probably will. You would have to say that the overall championship and the junior championship in pros is very much still open between at least the top 3, with the trials and tribulations for Van Berlo this weekend, and with Seb Prio in that race at least not being able to fully capitalise, not of his own making, in fairness. So it will be Parker Thompson, a Canadian driver for JDX. Jeremy Dale and Harrison Bricks will be delighted with that. Plenty of confidence shown in the young Canadian by those 2 experienced exponents of motorsport, and he has repaid that confidence today and has put himself in a great position to challenge for the 2021 Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. So just checking from the pit lane marshal, who needs to go to victory lane. Tim Gray, our London producer, has done a quick piece of arithmetic, as is his wont, and mathematically all of the top 12 in points are still in with a chance of the championship. The VP Racing Fuel checkered flag out of the driver's side window and in the left hand of Parker Thompson as he brings the number 9 JDX Racing Porsche 992 Carrera Cup car to victory lane in the second of 3 rounds of this year's championship here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The flat 6 engine being revved in celebration by Parker. He'll extricate himself from the car, take off his safety device and helmet, his hands device and helmet, and be ready to talk to us here on IMSA Radio and on our video feed. We'll have the final race of the weekend via the live video tab at imsaradio.com. So, second round of the weekend in one of the 2 make-up races that we've had to add in because of the loss of the round at the Canadian IndyCar round where we should have had a round. So one of those rounds is being tagged here and one at Road Atlanta. So the race at the start was for Parker Thompson to get into the lead. Alexandre Marmorot just going around and bringing out a safety car. And on that restart, the problems for Riley Dickinson causing the spin for Sebastian Priaulx, who fought his way back to 6th in class. Riley Dickinson having to take the run down pit lane. Efren Castro winning Pro-Am from Tim Pappas, and a hard fight from Alametti from the back of the grid. Joe Lombardo winning in Pro-Am 991. Great celebrations for JDX Racing. And a little bit of redemption for Seb Priaulx. And following in the tradition that Seb Priaulx set yesterday in Porsche Carrera North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands, kissing of the bricks by him and the team. Parker Thompson says, come on guys, it's not often you get to race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and that yard of bricks, we've just conquered it. We might have been going the wrong way on the start-finish line, don't care. We've won a race at the famous Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Babendum is down there, the Michelin man, and the team take their bow, as they rightly should do. P1 for Parker Thompson. Sean is down there with a happy Canadian driver who closes up on the championship leader, Sean.
Parker Thompson, 3rd win of the year. Great battle he had earlier on. Great battle he had going on earlier with Seb. You probably saw him in the back, got spotted things. When that happened, were you able to relax a little bit, or you just keep on digging?
It was keep on digging. Riley was super quick. He was pressuring Seb the whole time. The team told me he had a penalty, but I don't believe it until I saw him duck to pit lane on the last lap. So he did a good job pressuring me there till the end, kept my heart rate up. But that JDX car was just awesome today. Those guys, my engineer Luke, the whole crew, our car got banged up yesterday. Kevin, Larry, the whole crew stayed late to fix it up, make sure it was straight and ready to go for today. Cannot thank them enough. I've got the fine folks from Sergere IoT out today. Michael Wappler's here. It's awesome to get a win for him. We'll get him up on the podium. We've got the fine folks from Byers Porsche out here, and then my entire JDX crew. It's Cinderella Day here at IMS.
Right on, man. Congratulations on a great 3rd win of the season.
Thank you.
All right, so that rounds out our race here. We're getting ready to head up to the podium here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. Race number 2 of the weekend is in the record books, and we are going to head on up here in just a moment for our podium action.
ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
All right, here we are, folks, for the Porsche Career Cup North America, brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. Here is your top three in the pro class. In third position, big round of applause for TJ Fisher. And in second place, put your hands together for Lee Keene. And up on top of the box with his third win of the season, make some noise for Parker Thompson. All right, gentlemen, and your Visit Cayman Island hats, please. And trophies up in the air. Excellent. And if we could switch out to our Michelin Tires hats, please, gentlemen. And once again, trophies high in the sky. And gentlemen, it is time to celebrate with your champagne bottles. All right, folks, and in the Pro-Am class for Porsche Carrera Cup North America, brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. In third place, it's Alan Metney. Back on the podium again from race number 2. Put your hands together for Tim Pappas. And up in the number 1 spot, make some noise for Efren Castro. And gentlemen, Visit Cayman hats, please. Trophies high in the sky. And our Michelin Tire hats, please, gentlemen. Excellent job, guys, and it's time to celebrate. And if we have our winner down here with the Michelin Man. All right, and for our 991 class, in third place, put your hands together for Grady Willingham. And in second place, make some noise for Connor Flynn. And on top of the podium, in the number 1 spot, it's Joseph Lombardo. Gentlemen, Visit Cayman Islands hats, please. Excellent job, gentlemen. And our Michelin Tire hats, please. Excellent. Michelin Tire hats. Trophies up. And now it's time for the champagne celebration. Well done, gentlemen. And if we could have Mr. Lombardo over here for some pictures with the Michelin Man. All right, folks, so that wraps up race number 2 here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. Racing is on track right now with our time attack. Stay tuned. A lot to come all day long. So we are back here at the inaugural Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. And so far in the record books, we started off with a banger right off the bat with the Porsche Carrera Cup in North America, brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. Congratulations to our top 3 finishers in all 3 classes in that series. Right around the corner, we're getting ready to go Porsche Sprint Challenge North America Racing by Yokohama Tires. Right now on track, it is the Time Attack. This is the 935 Club Sport Time Attack number 3. As we have a checkered flag about to fly, and there it is, high in the sky. Checkered flag is out for Lensing with his best lap of a 144.444. That's a good lap in these cars, one of the faster ones of the weekend. Mike the Legend Levitas with a 146.092 in P3, and Adelson rounds out your top 3 with a 147.467. Ingram, Cook, Rappaport, Litzy, Hetherington, and that is all of your top competitors here in this class for the 935 Club Sport Time Attack number 3 on the weekend. Right around the corner, we have the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. We'll be back with more action here momentarily. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
I was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are 2 types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least 2, but no more than 5. 1 seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest here at Indianapolis Raceway. And we've got a very exciting race coming up. We started off with a banger, without a doubt, earlier on with the Porsche Carrera Cup. And now it's Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. 21 competitors on the grid here for this class. And for this race, I should say, 3 classes out here. And I'm going to get into a little bit about these 3 classes. It is the Platinum class. You can tell those are the ones sitting right there in front with the red number plates. In the Gold class, obviously, has the gold number plates on them as well. And then the Silver class, that is our 718 Cayman Club Sports, they have the white or silver number plates on there. And the difference in between these classes, I'll get in great detail, but you're going to see the Platinums and the Golds running quite competitively with one another. And then the Silver classes, they're going to start in the back of the pack, a little bit further back, just due to their top-end speed and things going into turn 1, just to make it safer going into turn 1s and things. So I'm going to get in great detail about the differences of these classes, but the story so far this weekend, we've seen Michael McCarthy running very dominant throughout this entire season, but Dan Clark has just been dominant. Dan Clark, that's his new nickname. From the practices into qualifying into race 1 yesterday, Dan Clark has been very, very dominant. But before we get underway, we want to go down to my partner, Brittany Kroll, who is down in the infield. Brittany, tell me a little bit about what's going on here before we go green flag racing.
That's right, Sean. He is not familiar with this track. Michael McCarthy has not been here before, and Dan is familiar with it. So we might see a battle in Platinum class. That's what we're hoping for, a good, clean battle to see maybe Michael McCarthy might take that #1 spot on Podium today. Back to you, Sean.
Excellent, Brittany, and that's a great point right there. You know, I believe Dan Clark, he may have some laps in here possibly. Mike McCarthy, he's has some struggles just learning the track. And I say struggles, let me put it this way. I mean, the dude's still on the podium. He's still qualified second. So, I mean, we make it sound like, oh, boy, poor Michael McCarthy, he's having a terrible weekend. He's not. He's having a great weekend. And it's just a matter of, you know, we're just so used to seeing that young man, just such a super talented driver, that number 7, Kelly Moss Road and Race, Racing for Children's team, just running up front all the time. So, yeah, we make it sound like, oh, boy, poor Michael, but it's not poor Michael. He's doing a wonderful job. But he's definitely got his work cut out for him with Dan Clark in that number 641 red car starting out in P1. So I talked to you about having 3 different classes out here. And let me tell you a little bit about what's going on. In the Platinum class, those are the 2017 and 2020 Porsche 991 GT3 Cup Gen 2 cars, 4 liters, 6-cylinder, naturally aspirated, as they all are, about 485 horse at 8,500 RPM. Now, the Gold cars, very similar. They're a 2019 to 2021 Porsche 718 Cayman Club Sport MR. They're a 3.8-liter 6-cylinder, also naturally aspirated, and they're putting out 425 horse. I'm sorry, 460 horse, about 15 horse less at 7,500 RPM. So very, very similar race cars, and that's why we see guys like Kurt Fazekas and Scott Zdanis and things like that running up into the Platinum classes. And then we get down into our Silver class. Silver class is a 2019 to 2021 Porsche 718 Cayman Club Sport MR. And the big difference is a 3.8-liter 6-cylinder as well, but putting out 425 horsepower at about 7,500 RPM. So that's a pretty big jump down as far as horsepower goes. In the tighter sections, we really see the Silver class running very well, very competitive in those areas, but the top end speed's not quite there. That's one of the biggest differences here. So you will see the Platinums and the Golds starting together, all intertwined, with the Silver cars starting just behind them towards the end of the pack, simply just because of the top end speed going down into turn 1, so we don't have any incidents there because the braking's going to be different and things. So we are scheduled for a 40-minute race here. This is the Sprint Challenge. So it's a sprint. 40 minutes seems like a long time, but it's not necessarily in motorsports racing. As we get ready to go, green flag racing. The pace car has pulled off. 40 minutes is on the board. Dan Clark He's sitting there to your left of your screen. Mike McCarthy to the right. We go green flag racing here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the Porsche Sprint Challenge, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. As we see all of them 5 wide in the back mid-pack. We've seen a lot of incidents right here in turn 1. Can't everyone get through smooth? You see one car dive down in deep, not able to make any passes there. There is, we see Vernon McClure. He's been running very well all weekend. There's Kurt Fazekas, your fast gold driver. That's the number 52 car. He has been very fast and on the gas all weekend long. There's the number 4 of Tim Kesman, also running very well all weekend. And there's the number 46 right there. That's Mark Bowden. These are some of our top players in the field. There's Kurt Fazekas trying to sneak a nose in right there on Bowden. Not able to make it work. Kurt Fazekas, one of the more dominant drivers in the gold class, running very, very well. As you see all of them now spacing out a little bit from one another. And we will touch on our silver class drivers once we go over the start-finish line one more time. We'll see where we're looking at for lap times and things such as that. See everyone snaking through the infield. This is a very physical track. Very physical track where this is one of those tracks where fitness is of the utmost importance. To get around this track for 40 minutes and just be staying on the gas the whole time, hitting your marks every single turn, every single lap, lap after lap, and it's a very physical race course. See right there, there is the number 4 of Tim Kesman. We are Clark, McCarthy, Kesman, Adelson, and McClure. Fred Kamer, Bowden, Fazekas, and Herb. Yeah, Ingersollson, he rounds out the top 10. As right now we see lap number 1 with a 1:42.316 for Dan Clark. Michael McCarthy with a 1:43.793. Then we bring it down to Tim Kesman, Adam Adelson, Vernon McClure. That's your top 5 right there. McClure putting down a 1:46.48. Fred Kamer, Mark Bowden. That's 6th and 7th. Kurt Fazekas, 1st in class. We see the 575 turned around right there. That's Shane Leathers out of Clarendon Hills, Illinois, in the Goldcrest Racing Team car. He's in the gold class. So this is just my opinion. If you're going to have an incident like that, and here is a replay of it, and I had just mentioned in lap 1, we've seen a lot of issues here in turn 1, and that's what happened. He just came in, ran it in awfully deep, Shane Leathers did. But if you're going to have an incident, I would have to think, I guess early on in the race is best, because if we don't end up having any type of caution, and you spin out, toward midway through the race or whatever, then it's very difficult. But at least this way, he has 36 minutes and 50 seconds to make up for that mistake that he just made right there. And hopefully he can just stay nice and calm and cool and be like, okay, yeah, I made a mistake, I get it, but I got a lot of race ahead of me. I just got to stay cool and try to make up this time here. And that's very possible. So if he gets caught up to the pack, and then with any luck for him, if a caution were to come out, well, now he's back in the race. Gives him a nice opportunity to get up there and be racing again. There's the 99 came around. 2 incidents early on here. 99 brings it around. A little bit of trouble there. And that is Scott Zadanis, Miami Beach, Florida, out of MGM Motorsports. And there is the number 35 as well. 35 of Jordan Wallace. Jordan Wallace getting his first win yesterday here for race number 1 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Great guy. And he got his first win in the silver class. Always smiling, Jordan Wallace. But man, he was smiling a mile wide yesterday as he was up on top of Podium, hooping and hollering and celebrating his first win here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. And I told him, I said, listen, this is the first time we've ever been in Indianapolis with a series, and it's the first time we've ever had a Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. And you can only win that one time. There's only one opportunity to do that. There's never another first. And so he took home the gold yesterday in the silver class. So very exciting day for Jordan Wallace. Dan Clark still out in front, Michael McCarthy behind him, Tim Kesman, Adelson, McClure, and Kamer. Dan Clark's fastest lap so far with a 1:39.966.
Michael McCarthy with a 1:40.681. So he went a little faster than lap number 1. And there is the number 52 of Kurt Fazekas, a dominant driver in the gold class. He is out in front in his class, in 8th overall right now. Behind him is Glenn Gatlin and Thomas Herb. Steve Anderson, Jeff Ingerhausen. That's your top 11. As you see all these guys going over the start-finish line right there. Vern McClure, there's Bowden as well, and the number 23, Fred Kamer. You see Fred right there with Bowden right behind him in the fall line entry, number 46. Those are all platinum class cars. So no incidents for the last lap and a half or so. Sometimes you see that early on in a race, everyone's just a little excited, a little jittery, if you will. Right now, everyone seems like they've calmed down. 4 now. Great shot right there. Big pack of competitors here in this Yokohama featured Porsche Sprint Challenge in North America. The 61 trying to dive the inside. I believe he was able to make that pass. That's Thomas Herb in the number 61. Herb making a good move right there. Fazekas getting a great shot of it right behind him. We have another platinum car, so Fazekas right in there. I believe that might be Glenn Gatlin. So there's the 46, running quite well of Mark Bowden. So there is a good battle right there. Going on Kurt Fazekas, not falling off the pace. He's got some faster cars in front of him. So it's impressive for him to be able to run as well as he does on these faster sections right here. Here's the 101. And the 23 as well. Having a good race. Bowden and Fred Kamer. Very racy with one another. 32 minutes and 32 seconds left to go in race number 2, the last and final race here for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America here in Indianapolis Motor Speedway for this weekend. We will be back again in a few weeks to finish up the series in its inaugural season here, being 2021. Back here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that's where we will be crowning season-long champions. There's Glenn Gatlin, the 005. Glenn Gatlin currently in P8. That's a great run for Glenn Gatlin. I've had a good feeling about him all weekend long. Really great guy on and off the track. Clean racer, great dude off the track. Always got a smile on. And Glenn Gatlin running quite well this weekend. He's got to be happy with his efforts as he is currently in P8 overall. There's the number 35. William Talley. William Talley running great all weekend, but having a little bit of trouble yesterday. He is in the silver class. I'm sorry, the 35. Jordan Wallace, my mistake. Jordan Wallace there. And Jordan Wallace is currently leading the silver class again. Qualifying quite well this weekend for both race 1 and 2. Couldn't be happier with that. And then coming out and being on top of the podium, getting his first win. Very exciting. I wonder for him, is it kind of a mental game for him? You know, it's got to be helpful being like, hey, listen, now I know I've got the speed. I proved that. I proved that yesterday. I know I can win races. Now, is that going out? Does it make you more jittery getting in the car today, thinking, oh, man, there's a lot more pressure on me now? Or is it, hey, wow, I should be more relaxed now because I know I can do it. I got a good team behind me. I got a good car underneath me. I've got the ability to win. Let's go out there and let's get another one. Very possible. So Jordan Wallace, number 35, leading so far in the silver class. And there's your winner, or your leader overall, Dan Clark, winner of race number 1 yesterday in the 641. Really kind of out on his own right now. Finding another gear, a 139.9 .729 for a lap time right there for the 641 of Dan Clark. That's a very impressive lap time. Michael McCarthy still in P2 with a 140.681. Got to be a little frustrating because McCarthy keeps getting faster. He keeps getting better laps, but as he's getting better laps, so is Dan Clark. So it's got to be frustrating. Just kind of cat and mouse going on there. Every time McCarthy's like, wow, that was a good lap. I set down a good one. And then right off the bat, he's like, I'm going to make up some time on Dan Clark, and then Dan Clark makes a better lap. So that's kind of been the story of the weekend for those two gentlemen, as Tim Kesman in P3 right now in the number 4 Platinum car with a 141.610. And there is the 39 right there of Daniel Espinosa. Espinosa with Leathers right behind him. So there we go. So at least what I said was true that time around. Leathers spinning earlier in the race, but he was able to catch the pack and get back involved in the racing. Leathers does have a fair amount of work to do, though. He is in the gold class, and he's trying to dive to the inside right now to get around Espinosa nice and clean, and he does. That gold car is going to have some more top-end speed if he's coming out of the corners properly. If he has his proper entrance speed and the proper exit speed, he should be able to get around those silver cars on the straightaway nice and clean, and he did. As Daniel Espinosa right now, he is in P2 in the number 39 in the silver class. Espinosa is going to be happy with this, possibly getting up on the podium again. The story with William Talley, as I was starting to tell it earlier, William Talley running very well this weekend, but then I believe had an issue with his power steering, I believe is what he had said it was, and that makes things very difficult, and he just kind of pulled in off to the side. Something had gone wrong to the point where he had to get towed off, so there's probably more than just the power steering. There's a beautiful shot of Espinosa. And as we're watching Daniel Espinosa, we are going to get an update from his crew down below, as he is currently in P2 in the silver class with a great run. Brittany Kroll, tell me what's going on with the 39 team.
Guys, I'm down here with Tony Callis, with Karis Callis. That's a tongue twister. I always try not to say that wrong. We have Daniel Espinosa in the race right now with a second place finish yesterday. How are we feeling moving into race number 2 today?
Well, in racing, you're only as good as your last race. But what our true hopes are, and I hate to underdo this, is to get to Watkins Glen next weekend. Of course, being second on the podium yesterday, we're shooting for a podium finish, for sure, with the deck GT4.
And when I was chatting with you earlier, you said you hand-selected Daniel to be here.
Well, I did. He came to me. I've been out of racing for about 12 years. I've ran Le Mans 4 times. I won Mechanic of the Year and won Daytona a number of times with good teams. And he came to me and I said, I'm finished with racing. And he goes, well, I want to go racing. So after about a year of talking to me, he convinced me that we should go because he gave me full choice of everything. And I hand-selected each person. I picked Terry Borcheller as his coach, Jim Bell as our engineer, Frank Young as our data guy, and I picked the best on down the line.
Sounds like a heck of a team. Good luck today, Tony.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Excellent, Brittany. Thank you so much. And yeah, that's some fun information there for Daniel Espinosa. Obviously, he's quite the salesman when you've got a gentleman that's been out of racing for that long and says, no, I'm not going back racing. No, I'm not going to do it. And then a year later, look at what's happening right now. So Daniel Espinosa is quite the salesman. As we are 3 wide right there, the 99 making quite the move and pulling Talley along with him. So the 99, that was a great move. Scott Zadanis, he's making up the ground that he lost earlier. Had a mistake earlier on in race number 2 here, but he's making some room up on everyone else as he made a good pass right there, and I believe he towed William Talley with him in the number 87. And then out in front, that very cool looking red and black number 641 of Dan Clark. Just really putting it to him this weekend. Dan has been dominant Dan Clark. That's his name for this weekend. And you don't get to pick your nickname, so I hope he likes it. And there is the number 7 of Michael McCarthy, who has been dominant all year long. He has had a wonderful season and currently leading the points in this series in the Platinum class. This, however, is a non-points weekend for him, or for everyone, I should say. And we'll get back to points racing next weekend at Watkins Glen. And it's really going to matter for these guys as we get down closer to the championship. We have Watkins Glen and back here to Indianapolis, and the season will be wrapped up. So getting the seat time that he needs, Michael McCarthy here on this track, is key for him, so he can hopefully come back and have a couple W's later in the year and put a cherry on top of that Sunday, as he will hopefully go home as the champion in the Platinum class. There is the 101 right there, Vernon McClure. Right behind him, it is Bowden in the 46. Those two are right on top of one another. Great battle right now for that 5th position. Adam Adelson in the mix as well, right in front of him. 4th, 5th, and 6th is Adelson, McClure, and Bowden. So a great run for these guys, racing nice and clean with one another. Tim Kesman kind of on his own. So we have got Dan Clark, he's out in front, considerably out in front. Mike McCarthy, he's in P2, Tim Kesman in P3. And those 3 drivers are all kind of doing their own thing. Not real racy with anyone right now. They're a little bit spread out, but then you get back into Adelson, McClure, Bowden, and Kamer. And a good battle going on right there. And there is another shot of the number 39, Daniel Espinoza. As we said earlier, you know, Daniel wanted to go back racing again, and he's got quite a team underneath him. There is Espinoza. I believe that is William Talley right behind him as well. Yes, it is. Billy Van Ginkel behind Talley. So a good run for these guys. All of them in the gold class. I'm sorry, the silver class. The silver class. I get mixed up. They've got those gold number plates on. It really throws me off every time. And there they are right now, Espinoza, William Talley in the 87. Looking very good, very racy with one another. Hopefully they'll stay the way. Talley to the inside. That was a move. Oh, and William Talley brings it around all on his own right there. Just a racing incident. Nobody did anything wrong to one another right there. Just Talley really trying to stick a nose and try to make it work. Honestly, here's a nice replay of it. Look at just going in, trying to do a little early apex right there, or later apex. Wasn't able to make that stick. So William Talley back out on track, but now drops back quite a bit right here. You see Michael McCarthy and our leader, Dan Clark, are now getting into lapped cars because of that. But that was just a racing incident, and you can't blame the guy trying to stick a nose in there, make it happen, and it just ended up, sometimes it doesn't work for you. As there's our leader, 641, Dan Clark, getting around Espinoza as well, putting him a lap down, but that is okay because they're in 2 different classes, and that is to be expected on this very physical, almost a short course, if you will, of road course racing, with it being 13 turns and 2.59 miles. If you're not real familiar with sports car racing, that seems like a long lap, but it's not necessarily compared to some of the longer tracks that we go to around North America here. You see there is Van Ginkel, who is now put down a lap down by McCarthy as well. And this is when things start getting very interesting for our leaders here, like Dan McClure, Michael McCarthy, Tim Kesman. It'd be on all these guys are going to be getting into more and more lap traffic. So now it's a matter of still setting down a good lap time, still being racy with one another, but yet being able to get around these other guys cleanly. You know, you don't want to have incidents out here that's going to get yourself caught up in spinning out or what have you. And so that makes it very difficult. It's just one more thing that's added to this, everything that's going on out here. They're very busy in the cabs of these Porsche race cars. And then you throw in lap drivers, and it's just one more thing to deal with. But a lot of these top competitors you see running up front, like Clark, McCarthy, Kesman, Adelson, McClure, Bowden, you know, they got a pretty big, deep bag of tricks. You know, they really do. I mean, they reach all the way down to their elbow deep in his bag of tricks to get around cars and things like that, as being such talented drivers. So they're able to make it work for the most part. Hopefully we won't see any incidents that are due to lapped competitors. Right now the fastest lap is Dan Clark with a 1:39.729. So he's going to be very happy with that. McCarthy with a 1:40.681. And there is the 101 right there. Looking quite comfortable. By him, I believe that is Bowden, or it may be his teammate. McClure. Looking quite comfortable right there behind him. It is the number 12 of Adam Adelson. So there is McClure and Bowden to go over the start-finish line. So we're looking at P1, it's Clark, McCarthy in P2, Kesman in P3, Adelson and McClure. That rounds out 4th and 5th for you. Bowden, Fred Kamer, Thomas Herb, Glenn Gatlin in the 9th position overall. Kurt Fazekas, haven't spoke about him in a little bit. He is still in a very dominant P1 for the gold class, being 10th overall. Behind him, we have 3 more platinum cars separating him and Rob Lorndale. Rob Lorndale in P2 in the gold class. Scott Zadanis in the 3rd spot. Shane Leathers has caught up to Zadanis after spinning earlier on. Both of them had spins early in the race, but now they are in 3rd and 4th by class, 15th and 16th overall. And then 1 through 4 in our silver classes. It is, right now it seems like it's Wallace, Espinoza, Van Ginkel, and Talley. This right now, as we are 22 minutes into the race, 18 minutes left to go, a little over halfway. If you're not in good shape or not far off of fatigue starts setting in, that's when mistakes are more easily to happen, more apt to happen. So this is where your conditioning, your physical conditioning, starts to come into play, because it is a very physical track, especially through the infield. Right here is the only time you really get to breathe for the most part. And when I say breathe, it's almost like concentrating on, all right, let's take some deep breaths, pay attention to what's going on around me, watching in the mirrors as they go out into turn 1, and then it gets hot and heavy again. This is Bowden, 23, Hamer. Quite racy with one another. Bowden in the fall line, entry number 46. Fred Kamer right behind him in the 23. In front of him, it's Vernon McClure in the 101. So a good race for all of those gentlemen, still staying quite tight to one another. And the 38 of Billy Van Ginkel. So we're getting quite a few of the silver cars getting lapped right now. And you see Ginkel having to get up on the wheel right there, not quite sure who was where. There's Espinoza as well. I'm sorry, yeah, Espinoza as well in the 39. So we've got a great race inside of a great race right now. And what I mean is we've got our top 3 silver class cars being extremely racy with one another. Meanwhile, you've got a good handful of the platinum cars having a great race as well as they're coming around lapping them. And so it's 2 races in one, everyone trying to play nice with one another. So far, so good in that category. You see Kamer right there, currently in the 7th spot overall, as they make their way through all the lap traffic. And there's our man right there, Kurt Fazekas in the number 52, running very, very well, with a nice gap in between him and the 2nd place competitor in that class, which is Rob Lorndale. Rob Lorndale behind him is Scott Zadanis and Shane Leathers. We're looking at Kurt Fazekas right now. Let's look at his fast lap. I believe we're looking at about a 142.8 flat versus Rob Lorndale in P2 with a 146.106. So pretty big gap right there. And then you got Zdanis with a 145.084 and a 145.797 for Shane Leathers. So Kurt Vazikis has found some speed that his comrades in his class have not necessarily found. He's got another gear in that Playboy entry, number 52 right there. There is William Talley trying to make up for the mistake that had happened early on. He's back in the mix. I'm telling you, Talley's been fast this weekend. There's no doubt about it. He made a mistake there. He had a little bit of car trouble in race 1 yesterday when he was looking very good. And then today, trying to dive in just a handful of laps ago and spun on his own. But now he's right back in the pack again. So William Talley's quick. He's on the gas. It's just a matter of getting around the cars that are in front of him is his issue right now. As I believe William Talley only 3-4 years or so into racing. We had a little talk yesterday. Great guy. Really good, solid dude. But talking about getting into racing things, and we're going to talk more about that, he and I, at Watkins Glen next weekend, and give you guys some information at home. And I think some of it would give you maybe a little drive or a little information on how to get into this type of racing things. And he's going to tell us all about that when we get to Watkins Glen next week, and we're going to broadcast that for you as we see a good race. And there's William Talley right there in the 87. And we're getting racy. The 101, McClure, Bowden, and the 23. Fred Kamer, all of them on top of one another. Really good, tight race right here. And this is the race for 5th place. That's 5th, 6th, and 7th. Bowden staying in front of the competitors there. McClure trying to make a move, not able to make it happen. Fred Kamer's watching all this unfold right in front of him. He's like, one of you guys make a mistake, and I'm just going to go for a 2 for 1. Bowden gapping him a little bit through this section. Seems to be fast through here. Let's take a look at Bowden. Sectors times are a 53.4. 53.4 for Kamer as well, right on the money. And a 52.7 for Thomas Herb. Vernon McClure with a 54 flat. That's just in sector 1 for these guys. As we are coming up on lap traffic again, that's Jordan Wallace in the number 35. Jordan Wallace being very kind and clean, tosses the blinker and says, hey fellas, why don't you pass me over on this side? I'll get out of the way. I'm gonna move over here, you guys go over there. You do your thing, I'm gonna do mine. Speaking of doing one thing and another, Bowden and McClure, what a race. Side by side through turns 1, 2, and 3. Still staying racy into 4. 46 of Mark Bowden, Vernon McClure, and that 101, Fred Kamer. Fred Kamer's got the best seat in the house right now. Best seat in the house. He's seeing some great racing. Oh, look at Kamer going to the inside of McClure. Does he make it stick? Wow, what a smooth pass, Fred. Well done, sir. The 23 moves up another position, gets around Vernon McClure. And an update for the 101 as he drops back 1 spot right there by Fred Kamer. Brittany, I hear you're down with the crew with the 101. Tell me what's going on with Vernon McClure.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Paul Hutton with TPC. He's the crew chief, jack of all trades. He wears a lot of hats for the team. We have Vernon McClure out there. He's running great. He's in 5th place right now. We had a 3rd place finish yesterday, and it's his first time here at the track, which is very incredible. What was some of the preparation that took into going into this race?
The prep, a lot of it was our driver coach, Spencer Pompelli, dissecting old race videos that he did here himself. So they did a track walk, a lot of car data download, and it's just small car tuning the whole way through the weekend.
And we did have some small setup changes too, correct?
Just real small setup changes, a bar change, a wing change, nothing major.
So moving forward into Watkins Glen next weekend, I know we're trying to preserve the car, and you said the only thing you don't want to do is crash. What else are we trying not to do? Because we have a quick turnaround for next weekend.
We're trying to just maintain pace and we don't want to get lazy and get out of the car and just get back in and be lazy. So we're trying to keep the feel in the butt, and hopefully with the result yesterday, keep the momentum going into the following weekend.
Good luck to the whole team.
Thank you.
All right, Brittany, thank you so much. Vernon McClure running quite well, was inside the top 5 just as we went to that interview, dropped back to the 6th spot, and now has gone back to the 7th spot. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. I think, and I'm just going to throw this out there, it's just my opinion, I don't think anything's going on other than there's just a great race happening, and he's right in the middle of it. And sometimes when there's a great race happening, you're able to capitalize on a lot of these situations, and sometimes it's opposite. You get the short end of the stick, and I think that's where Vernon McClure's at right now. But he's been very racy all day, continues to do that in the 101. And, yeah, so he dropped back 2 positions. He's still in the same battle that he's been in for a while. As you see the headlights flashing away right here. I believe that's the number 12. I think that's Adam Adelson flashing away saying, like, hey, guys, scooch over. And I know he is right there because that is, I think that's the 575 of Leathers. Yes, so that's a silver car, and Adelson in the 12 car saying, hey, man, listen, I understand you're having a great race. You're out there doing your thing. But right now, I need you to step aside, sir. Kindly move over to the left or the right and just step out of the race lane for just a minute, as that's what happens here. And the 12 continues on of Adam Adelson and is in P4 right now. So still out in front, it's Dan Clark, Michael McCarthy, P2, Tim Kesman. That's your podium positions as we speak, but we still have 8 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Behind him, it's Mark Bowden, Fred Kamer, Vernon McClure, Thomas Herb. That's your top 8. Then we get into Kurt Vazekas, just dominating the gold class. He's in first in the gold class, 9th overall. Glenn Gatlin, he rounds out your top 10. So Gatlin really running well. He's going to be very happy inside the top 10 this weekend. That's a great run for him. And meanwhile, I believe we'll wait till they go over the start-finish line here in a little bit, but the silver class, I believe, is still Jordan Wallace, our winner from race 1 yesterday here from the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest in Indianapolis, Indiana at the Motor Speedway. And behind Jordan Wallace, it's Billy Van Ginkel and William Talley. Daniel Espinoza has dropped down to P4 in the silver class. There is the 005 right there of Glenn Gatlin out of Fort Worth, Texas, the top racing team. So it seems as though after the first few laps, everyone kind of said, all right, let's chill out. We saw 3-4 cars spin. A couple guys got out in the grass a little bit, but now everyone's going pretty clean. And there is your number 35 entry of Jordan Wallace. It wouldn't surprise me, even though we're mid-race right now, if he didn't have a big smile on his face. I mean, he's a cool guy, man. He's just got a styling haircut, bebops around the paddock, just happy all the time, just a rad guy. And his first win yesterday, very exciting, hooting and hollering up on the podium, really celebrating the way you should when you win a big race like this, especially in Indianapolis here. And so he is out front right now in the silver class, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's smiling inside his helmet, because that's what he's always got, a good big smile on, and went out here with the possibility, and I don't want to jinx the young man, but with the possibility of winning his 2nd race of the series here today, you know he's happy. Speaking of happy, right there's Kurt Vazekas, number 52. He's an Indianapolis fella with not living all that far away from the Speedway here. Kurt Vazekas running very well, P1 in the gold class, and a 10th overall right now. There's Glenn Gatlin getting around smoothly, getting around Jordan Wallace. And there is Kurt Vazekas. He needs to do the same, with Jordan Wallace leading his respective class. Oh, throws the blinker on, say, hey, right over here, this is where you're going to want to go through. Smart move. Jordan Wallace really has his stuff together this weekend. I'm impressed with the young man. I really am. I can't say enough kind words about his performance here this weekend. And I'm talking right now, not just winning, not just qualifying so amazingly well like he did, winning race 1, leading all of race 2 here, but also the way he's dealing with lap traffic. He's just being smart and cool about it. Be like, hey, I'm here to help you guys, and you help me, I'll help you. One hand washes the other, brother. And that's exactly what he's doing. So great run here for Jordan Wallace. So there's Kurt Fazekas going into turn 1 to 66. Right behind Fazekas as well, that's Steve Anderson. Steve Anderson in the platinum class, Fazekas in the gold. There's a shot of your leader, the 641, Dan Clark. And was that Michael McCarthy closing in on him? I believe it was. And it is. Look at Michael McCarthy. My man. All right, Michael McCarthy in number 7. He's like, listen, we only got a handful of minutes left. I mean, a handful, I'm talking 4 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. Not a ton, but he's trying to make a race out of this. I've said before, and I'll say it again, Michael McCarthy is a never say die kind of driver, man. He just never, ever gives up. I mean, he's got to have a shovel in the cab of that car because that dude just keeps digging and digging and digging. No matter what the circumstances. What an impressive run for the number 7 in the Kelly Moss Road and Race Team. Racing for Children's. What an amazing cause that is. Got some great information on that when we were at Barber Motorsports Park, kind of the home of the Racing for Children's area down there in Alabama. And what a great cause it is. And I tell you, he's racing for Children's right now. He really is. And I think maybe some of these lap cars are helping him out, as the 231 right there is about to go another lap down. That is Jeff Ingerhausen. Ingerhausen goes down another lap there. He is in the gold class. 641 of Dan Clark gets around him. And Ingerhausen making it a little more difficult for McCarthy to get by. Not really cause any problems, just make it a little difficult. So McCarthy dives the inside. Not necessarily the chosen line he'd like to have right there, but he gets around that lap car, and he's making a race out of this, man. He really, really is. And that just very, very impressive. Yesterday, McCarthy P3 for race number 1 on the podium. That's not where he wants to be. You know, that's not his style. And but still got up on the podium. He's back and forth, second, third. Still got up on the podium, but he wants to be up on the top of that box. I swear, sometimes more than anybody, he just really has so much drive. And he is narrowing that gap down right now. 2 minutes, 25 seconds left to go. 37 minutes in. And we have a car right here with the hazards on, blinking the lights off to the side here. That is the 49. So the 49 having some issues right now. And there is number 46 of Mark Bowden. These guys having a great race. Coming back up on some lapped cars again. There's the number 6 as well. Rob Laurendale. And there is the 23 of Fred Kamer. So that is the 6, the 46, and the 23. And we see Rob Laurendale in the gold class. All right, there is Mark Bowden and Kamer. Are we going to get this pass made? He's like, oh, come on. I know I can do it. I know I can do it. Is that pass going to stick? They're going to get into it with the number 99 here momentarily as well. That's going to make or break if these passes are going to happen. And he does get around. So Fred Kamer makes a nice pass there on Bowden. It took a little while to do it, but it was fun racing. The white flag is out for your leader, Dan Clark. His fast lap so far, a 1:39.729. Fast lap for McCarthy, a 1:40. But very close laps right there. Both 142s, mid 142s. Getting lap traffic. Oh, and I believe, is that? Yes, it is. The 99 goes around one more time, really pushing Scott Zadanis this weekend. Really been pushing, brings the car around. Had himself a pretty respectable run going there. He was on the podium. And Zadanis in the 99 goes from 3rd spot, dropping back. Not sure how far back Rob Laurendale is. far enough where Rob Lorndale just moved up into a podium position with only a few seconds left to go in this race. Here he goes, right down to the end. A lapper, Van Ginkel, getting in the mix right there. There's the 641 of Dan Clark. Michael McCarthy has reeled him in, but I don't believe we have enough time to do it. But hey, never say never. Never say never. Anything happened in big-time motorsports racing here at the Porsche Sprints Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires, as Dan Clark comes around to collect a checkered flag here with only a few turns left to go. Michael McCarthy in P2. Just hoping, come on, one of these lap cars, you're saying, somebody do something, help me out. Michael McCarthy getting towed around. He brought that gap down to a very narrow one. But as the checkered flag flies here on race number 2 in Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Dan Clark takes the win here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Michael McCarthy in P2. Coming across the line, Michael McCarthy made that into a race at the end. He closed up that gap. Very, very impressive run for that young man. Tim Kesman in P3. Adam Alderson, P4. Fred Kamer in the 5th spot. Now coming out, there's your leader of the gold class, Kurt Vizekis, in the mix with a bunch of drivers. We saw a lot of different lap cars going on here. Vizekis coming around. The only thing that could happen around, he just needs to stay calm. Everyone else that's around him is not part of what he's going on. He's got Steven Allison, Jeff Ingerhausen. He just got to let those guys do their thing, don't make any mistakes, and get on top of the box and be P1. As we're coming around, not much left to go right now. We see Glenn Gatlin in front of him. Just stay right behind Glenn. Whatever you need to do, stay calm. You're going to have your second win of the weekend here, Kurt. As he brings it around, and there he is, the number 52. Kurt Vizekis brings home the gold one more time here in Indianapolis in the gold class. Congratulations to you, sir. Back-to-back wins. And there is the number 35, Jordan Wallace. Same thing for you. Calm, last turn. Yeah, blinkers, or lights going on, everything. And that car lit up like a Christmas tree as he gets his second win ever here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. And both those wins go to that young man right here in Indianapolis at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. So, folks, we've got our podium presentations coming up in just a little bit, right around the corner. And make sure you stay tuned on PorscheCarreraCup.us. We are going to go meet our winners. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with you in just a little bit, coming from you live from the podium. I'm Sean Cermony. I'm going to meet you up there on top of the box in just a few minutes.
Winner in platinum today, Dan Clark, 641. We're about to capture the raw emotion as he exits the car. Dan, we're starting to meet here a lot lately. How are you feeling in those last moments of the race?
Obviously getting a bit more comfortable near the very end, but the gap was getting tighter and tighter, and I'm probably a bit too adrenalized to speak about, back markers and how they behave right now, but that did not make my life easy at all. I think Michael was doing an excellent job anyway. He was in race 1 as well. So I knew there was no room to be left on the table, and that became very frustrating in the last half of the race. Up until then, everything felt great. Felt like it was going to be a great story, you know, easier drive, maybe, if you could say that. It is not easy out there. You know, Michael's been driving extremely well, and there's a reason he's the points leader. But we're 2 for 2, and that was the goals we had this weekend. Bartlett Nichols Racing, and with the Reese Nichols jewelers on the car, we've, you know, achieved our goals. So I'm extremely thankful to those guys, and I know I've had challenges with the new series, and they have too, but everybody's worked extremely hard. And the car got rolled out on time for every session, so they did a brilliant job. And we can say we won at Indy now.
Dan, congratulations. I think we're going to see a lot more podium out of you.
Thanks.
right, guys, here we are about to do our podium for all three classes here for our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. And with no further ado, starting off in third place in the Platinum class, it is Tim Kesman. Tim, congratulations. That was a hard-fought third place. It's a very physical track out there, very demanding, and it never ended for you. You were constantly battling.
Yeah, for sure. We started to lose the rear about halfway through, and I was fortunate I got traffic just at the right point. I was able to clear him and pull a little bit of a gap, and then he would close up. But better result than yesterday. We had a mechanical, and then I didn't drive well at all yesterday, so I had to redeem myself.
Right on, and you certainly did, man, and congratulations being up here on the podium in Indianapolis.
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Right on. Excellent, Tim. And in second place here in the Platinum class, it is Michael McCarthy. Michael, congratulations to you, and I know you still want to be up on top of the box, but I tell you, our leader started to kind of pull away, and then at the end, all of a sudden, I'm like, look at McCarthy, man, and I made a comment that you must have a shovel in the passenger seat because you never stop digging, brother, and you made a heck of a race out of it, really put a great run down at the end, and what was going through your mind those last few laps as you realized you're really reeling him in?
I was pushing as hard as I can, just, looking at the rear of somebody's car for an entire race gets a little annoying. I was pushing as hard as I can, started reeling them in a little bit, got kind of close, made a mistake on the last lap that might have got me just enough close to make a move maybe, but nah. I made closed the gap a lot throughout the race, so I'm happy with it. Yeah,
you really did. A very impressive run. You've got a lot of people that help you out, important people to you with Racing and Children, things that help you out here.
Yeah, of course. I couldn't have done it here without Racing for Children's. You guys inspired me to push hard throughout the entire race. I also want to thank Medical Properties Trust for supporting Racing for Children's and myself, as well as Kelly Moss Road and Race for giving me such an amazing car this weekend.
Right on. Congratulations on another podium finish, Michael.
Thank you.
All right, and up on top of the box for the second time here this weekend in Indianapolis, put your hands together for Mr. Dan Clark.
Thanks. Good job.
I literally was going to call you Daniel. So I want to talk to you real quick here before you hop all the way up there. So, Dan, I mean, super impressive run here. And like you said yesterday, you've been here in other classes in Indianapolis. And but to be here and finally be up on top of the box, but do it 2 times in a row, it's got to be a great feeling for you. You got to be proud of yourself and your efforts of you and the whole team.
Absolutely, yeah. The Bartlett Nichols race team are new to this series as well. So they work just as hard, if not harder, getting the car ready, fixing the car, tweaking on it. So, they deserve just as much credit, really. All I did was sit in the car for 40 minutes twice, right? So thanks to them and really well done, because this is the dream result we hoped we could maybe get coming in, and we did. So now we can all finally relax, and there'll be the atmosphere will be a lot lighter finally in the garage, I think. So everyone's done a great job.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, man. I know it feels good, and to you and the whole team, great job this weekend.
Thank you.
All right, folks, how about a round of applause for your top 3 trophies in the air? And a big round of applause to your top 3 here in your Platinum class. All right, folks, and for our next award, this is the Yokohama Tires Apex Award, and the Apex Award goes to the competitor that passed the most drivers on track, and that is going to Mr. Rob Lorndale.
Thank you. Thank you.
So very cool, and the cool thing about this is they're different awards every weekend, and they really put a lot of effort, Yokohama does, into this, and just like you put that much effort into passing that many cars, it was not an easy job, I'm sure of it.
No, it wasn't, and I had no idea that I would have passed enough cars to get this award, so thank you. It didn't seem like it, but was working hard out there, and I'm glad it fell my way, so thank you very much. It's
right on, congratulations.
Great award. Thank you.
Yes, it is. There you go, Rob Lorndale, everybody. All right, and we are going to go into our top 3 here in our gold class. First up, number 575 of Shane Leathers. Shane, congratulations on a great run. Not an easy run. You know, it's as I've been talking to all the drivers, it's a physical track out there, and then you start getting into lap drivers and things. Not easy to navigate around all of those. Midway through the race here, when lap drivers started to come up, what was going through your head? Did you have to change your strategy at all?
You know, I just had to ease up a little bit and, you know, make sure I was hitting my lines and, yeah, just stay on course.
Right on. Well, congratulations on a great third-place finish. You must have some people to help you out get here.
Tommy Byrne, thank you, my driver coach. And USAC has been terrific. The whole series is really great, and just happy to be here.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on a podium finish, man. Thank you very much. All right, and in second place, back up here on the podium with us again, it is Rob Lordale. Well, we'll do this one more time. Rob, step right over here. Whoop. So, Rob, we talked about the Apex Award from Yokohama Tires, but now being up here on the podium as well, so it's a double good time for you out here. Tell me a little bit about the race. Did you know that you were in P2 the whole time once you get into all the lap cars and things? Did you know where you were at?
I had a pretty good sense. I was in P2 for much of the race, and then I was caught and passed, and then that gentleman had an incident ahead of me, so I regained P2, and I just kept my head down and took her home. It was a great race. You know,
I had
fun out there.
I had an opportunity. We were watching you a lot on camera and speaking about you quite a bit out there, and it was quite a roller coaster for you guys, back and forth and changing a lot of positions throughout the way. So congratulations going through a battle like that and be able to still put it up on the podium, man.
Thank you very much. This has been a terrific event. So thank you to everyone and to TPC Racing and Spencer Pompelli.
Right on, man. Rob Laurendale, everyone. And up on top of the podium, Rob, hop right over here, my man. You deserve to be up there. And up on top of the box for the gold class, it is Kurt Fazekas. Kurt, hey, good to see you again back on top of the box. And look, you're looking spry as could be out there after a battle like that, but really, really running well. And what a performance you had this weekend, all weekend long. You've really been on the gas. You've got to be proud of your efforts.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be out here and on this weekend of 9/11, 20th anniversary. I mean, we had a part, our company had a part in that when the planes came into the Pentagon. 2 weeks later, I was in the Pentagon, and I can still smell the jet fuel. And if it's not for people, the first responders in the military, we wouldn't be enjoying this wonderful facility and be standing on this iconic stage. So I just thank you very much.
Right on. Congratulations. Well said, sir, and congratulations. All right, gentlemen, trophies in the air. Grab your beers, Warsteiner beer, and a round of applause for your top three in the gold class. All right, and as we go into our top three in our silver class, starting off in third place, it is William Talley. There he is, William Talley. What a, well, stand right over here with me. Yeah, it's all right, no problem. The hard work's over and done with, man. You can do whatever you want right now.
I made it harder on myself than I needed to, that's for sure.
I was going to say, that was a wild ride for you out there. It wasn't just I just went out there and just cruised to a third place. I mean, you had some ups and downs and some all-arounds to get on the podium, and it was not an easy day.
Yeah, unforced errors. Yesterday the car was it was good, and we had some technical issues today. Car ran great. I lit the wheels up in the first lap, spun it, tried to catch back up with Jordan. Made a lot of progress, made another mistake pushing too hard and hang on it, try to finish it at the end, and was able to get back up to third, but unforced errors on my part.
And the thing is, well, that happens when you're running as well as you, because you've been fast all weekend long, without a doubt. Like you said, you had a mechanical yesterday, but watching today by the lap times and catching back up to the pack, you had the speed. You deserve to be up on the podium, just those couple of mistakes, but those are going to happen when you're pushing that hard.
It's an unforgiving sport.
Congratulations on another podium finish.
Thank you very much.
Right on. All right, and in second place, it is Billy Van Ginkel. Thank you. So, Billy, similar to you, you guys in the silver class really had a great race. I mean, you guys were on top of one another the majority of the race. Then when some others, the faster cars, the Platinums, would come around, making up a lap on you, it makes things different. Very difficult for you guys, but all you guys were able to keep it pretty clean with one another and with the other cars coming by. A lot going on in the cab of that car. Tell me a little bit about your experience out there.
Tough, exhausted, taking advantage of the opportunity. I just kept going, and with traffic, and just be there and get there, and luckily get to P2.
Right on. Congratulations. You must have some people you got to thank.
ACI Motorsport for getting me here, my coach again, and talking me through. Great.
Congratulations on a podium finish. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
And up on top of the box, put your hands together for Jordan Wallace! Yeah! All right. Woo! And so, Jordan, man, I was talking a lot about it, and I made a comment today. I'm like, honestly, I think he's probably smiling in his helmet. And you still had about 10 laps to go.
Actually, I was kind of freaking out because I kept hearing on the radio that he was coming back. So I was like, I'm going to have problems if I lay back. So still game face, but laps without 2 to go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The grin was big.
I was letting everyone hear, though, and everyone listening at home and things that, of like, he's a great dude, great personality, always smiling. And I have a feeling he's smiling right now on the track. And coming up here, your first win yesterday, your second win today, back-to-back, both of them here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's got to feel really special.
Oh, it feels huge, and now it's not a fluke, baby. Yeah. Woo! I want to thank TPC for giving me a great car, Das Bold for supporting me, my mom, Tiffany, Yuri, Blake, everybody back at home. Thank you guys. Rally ready. You guys got me here. Thank you guys for getting me here. Woo! And thanks to Porsche for putting on a great event. Love this place.
Right on, man. Congratulations, brother. How about a round of applause for your top 3 in the silver class? All right, folks. So that is your top 3 in all 3 classes here for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires here for the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. Still a lot of racing yet to come right around the corner. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you in just a little bit.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the long time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips are warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
This is the life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant, this is living ecstasy. I'm so alive, I'm so alive, look at me now. Ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. And you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
All of my colors are vibrant, this is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone, connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. The life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5, one seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
All right, folks, and we are back getting ready to go green flag racing here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. What an amazing weekend it has been. We've got all the practices in, all the qualifyings in. A lot of the racing has been done, and the racing has been hot and heavy. Speaking of hot and heavy, there's number 28, Mueller. He has been putting on a clinic, if you will, in this class here. Very, very impressive stuff. And we're going to get to know and learn more about these drivers and cars as this race gets underway here. It's about roughly about a 40-minute race, I believe. And so it's going to be a really special race. And special is the cars that are out in it. And that's what I mean. As the race is going on, we're going to touch on a lot of the different vehicles that you see out here, because there are some very cool cars out here on the grid and getting ready to go. We're talking, I think there's upwards of mid-30s, 32, 34 cars out here. It gets very busy. And as I mentioned a couple days ago, it's like the 405 at 5 p.m. in L.A. It gets super, super busy. And you see our drivers here getting ready to rock and roll. And I believe that is Mueller right there. And then check it out. I'm talking about cool cars. Look at the number 69 right there. Just absolutely awesome. Very, very great stuff here. And before we get underway with this series right here, which is going to be going green flag racing momentarily, I think you're going to get 1 or 2 sight laps, and then it is game on for them in the PCA Club Racing. Don't forget that we also have our Restoration Challenge. The Porsche Restoration Challenge is happening as well, and that is going to be going on throughout the day, but we will be meeting at 2:30 at the Podium, and I invite everyone to come down and be part of that, because that is also during our grid walk. So after this race is over, we will have our grid walk, and that's going to be happening at 2:30, and we're going to bring the top 3 finalist cars will be placed out there at 2 p.m., and at 2:30, we're going to go out and meet some very important people. Jonathan Sieber, manager of Porsche Classic, and Doug House will be there as well. He's the manager of tech support. We're going to get an opportunity to meet them, and then we are going to crown the champion of the Porsche Classic Restoration competition, which has been some very cool stuff. And I'm going to go through more detail of all of that and everything here in just a little bit as we get ready to do some green flag racing. Hey, folks, the weekend's not even close to over, and not even in the ballpark yet. We got a lot of great stuff still happening over in the fan zone as well. So as you're cruising around and the band is just finishing up over there, you still have an opportunity to go and check out the Simulator Lab. We haven't talked a lot about that today. It's just been a very busy day here in the booth, but the Simulator Lab, it is simulating a GT3 Cup car. You can go over there, take an opportunity to go in there and get some laps in. He or she that gets the best lap in each day is going to get a $500 gift card that can be used for any Porsche Experience Center around the United States by your choice. Anywhere you want to go in the United States to one of the Porsche Experience Centers, that $500 gift card that is awarded to the winner of the GT3 Cup Car Simulator Lab will get to use that. So that's very cool stuff, and that could be the start of your racing career. You don't know. You don't know. I've said it before. Dreams can come true. You just got to work hard for them. And so that's some awesome stuff going on right there. Look at, there is the 514 as well. All different types of cars. I'm talking from like 1974 914s up to 92 968s. We got 92 Firehawk out here. We've got several Caymans from all different years. 2015 GT Cup out here. All kinds of great stuff. We got a couple of 88 944s, a 79 911, and one of my favorites, there's a 1975 911 out here that we're going to get a chance to check out in a little bit. It's a 911S. It's a blue car. That's John Westa. It's really, really cool. And there is the 515 right there. We'll see him rock and roll. And that's Shannon Herford. Shannon Herford in the blue 2019 991 GTR3 car. And we are going to get to know a lot more about each one of these vehicles while we are out on track. And when I was talking about being out on track, it's not just on-track action that's so awesome. It's everything else that's happening around the entire festival here. We've got all kinds of great Porsche merchandise. If you are a Porsche owner or would like to be one, we have owner relations in that same building as well. the Porsche Restoration Championship. Now's a great time if you want to go over and check out all those cars. That's still open in there. I believe there's 8 or 9 vehicles in there, and you can go in there, check on those. It's a fan vote, so you might still have time to go in there and interrupt just might be what's going on, and by putting in your votes to see which one is going to top 3 are going to make it to the podium later on today at 2 o'clock during that track walk, and for the 2:30 decision-making time on the Restoration Classic program. So you can go check out all 8 or 9 cars, put your votes in. Of course, the Kids Zone as well. We got the Kids Zone, a lot of fun stuff going on there. And carpool karaoke isn't still in effect. Look at the fans. Look there. Hands in the air. Yeah, you're on the big screen, brother. All right. Yeah, I see you. Loud and clear. Nice. Everyone out here having fun. And we've also got the Porsche Club of America. They are here as well this weekend. And over 100,000 plus members in the Porsche Club of America. And a good handful of them here today as well join us and have been throughout the weekend. And then for those of you that like to get a little more into the interactive stuff, well, I got some cool things for you. You've got to check out the Porsche Off-Road Experience. It's a ride-along. We've got 2 different ride-alongs. I'm going to tell you about them right now. But the Porsche Off-Road Experience ride-along, that's very cool. Up and over some big hills, down through the water. You learn more about those vehicles. It's a great fun opportunity, great way to spend your afternoon. Then we also have the Porsche Autocross Experience, and that's also a ride-along, and that is in the new 718 Boxster GTS. So very, very cool stuff. So if you are a Porsche fan, or if you've never even been in one and you're just here checking things out, well, here's your time. Doesn't cost you anything. Come on over and check out the off-road experience and the autocross experience as well, and take a ride in that 718 Boxster GTS, and they're going to give you a great ride. I promise. It's not far from the announcer booth. I've been hearing them wheel over there all weekend long, and it certainly seems like an awful lot of fun. As we are in preparation to go racing here momentarily, we'll see the pace car will be pulling out here quite shortly, and this is going to be a great race that's going to be going green flag racing at, I believe, 12:45, so only about 3 minutes away from that. And I want to make sure that everyone understands as soon as this race is over, the grid walk, that is your opportunity to go down, be on the grid, get a picture with you guys on the bricks, kiss the bricks if you'd like, whatever you want to do down there and have a lot of fun with it. That is an opportunity for you guys to go down there and join in on that. And that makes it for a very fun experience without a doubt. So we are only moments away from getting ready to go rock and roll out here. And this is going to be the PCA Club Racing, race number 2, which I believe is their last and final race of the weekend. And then we come into some really exciting stuff after that. We're going to go into our installation laps, or after the 9:35 Club Sport time attack happens. We're going to go into our installation laps with another brief grid walk going on as well. And then we go into our Carrera Cup final race, race number 3. So, PCA Club Racing, race number 2, followed up by 9:35 Club Sport time attack. Then we've got our grid walk, and that's when we are going to find out who is the top dog in the Restoration Classic Restoration Challenge. That's going to be happening at 2:30, and we want all you guys to come out and check it out. And when I say check it out, it's not just going to be those 3 classic cars out on the grid by the podium, but we're going to have all of the cars out there as well for our last big race of the weekend, and that's going to be the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, brought to you by Visit the Cayman Islands. All of those race cars will be on the grid during your track walk. So talk about up close and personal. That is your opportunity to do so. And it's going to be very cool. So getting ready to go racing here, Bob Mueller. He's that car out in front there. I believe it's the 28. You're going to want to keep an eye on him. It's going to be hard to not watch Bob Mueller. He's just been dominant in this class, just very, very impressive. And there are a handful of other competitors that are really giving him a run for his money, I can tell you. And I don't see any reason why that would change in this run as well. as it has been the same in practice and qualifying, all their other times out here on the track. We've got a handful of standouts in this class, and we're going to learn all about them here in just a few moments. So we are set to go. I'm waiting on race control to see if we're going green flag this time by. I'm kind of guessing we might get a complete sight lap before we go green flag, but that's just me throwing some things out there. You see there the number 7 as well. That car has been running quite well. Steve Parker in the blue 79-911. As I've mentioned a few different times, it absolutely amazes me. It blows my mind, really, that some of these cars from the 70s and 80s that were just so cool as a kid growing up, and then looking at them now and like they're still just as cool. I mean, they're just awesome, very cool, and legitimate race cars. I mean, there's not a slouch out here. All of them in their heyday were amazing, and all the way here now in 2021, they're still amazing. And you're going to see just why here, and just a big handful of all different types of cars. I'm seeing a pace car pull away pretty quickly. They started double timing it. Leads me to believe that we're about to go racing here this time by. And as you can see up here on the leaderboard, those of you that are looking on the big screen, we have a ton of competitors in this class, all the way up to Roush in the 202. Good to see him back out there in 35 competitors. Pace cars in. Bunching up the pack. Green flag is about to fly. All eyes on Mueller right now as he just comes out of the hole real quick. That is 35 race cars barreling down the front stretch into this hard, aggressive 90-degree right-hand turn. So far, everyone holding your line pretty good. Well, 66 gets a little wide in the back. Mueller out in front. Got that 7 in P3. And the 515 right there in second place right now. Shannon Herford. In that blue 2019 991 GTR3. There is the 86. Definitely a different looking car there as well. The number 86. That is Ed Dunn, Ed Dune. And that is a black 1992 968 Firehawk. And we're going to get into some lap times here. We're going to let them get a couple laps in before we get into the lap times. And we can start seeing once they get some heat in the tires, they get spread out a little bit, start putting down some serious laps. We'll see what happens here. I will say, keep an eye on the 202. I think it's that bright green car coming around right there. Keep an eye on him. Started all the way in the back of the pack. That is a front-running car with a very aggressive pilot behind the wheel in that 202. Really been very impressive. Kevin Roush, it is in that green 1993 993 RSR. You're going to see him, and granted, I'm speculating a bit here, but I'm pretty confident in the words that are coming out of my mouth right now that watch that 202. He's going to be moving through the pack quite briskly, to say the least. I don't know, starting all the way in the back, if he's going to have what it takes to run all the way up to the front with Mueller, because Mueller's starting right in the front. But that is a driver that knows how to handle that race car, and he's aggressive. The car handles wonderfully, and he knows how to make that baby sing. I can tell you that. So as lap 1 is completed, and in the record books, everyone has gotten through pretty clean here for the first lap. They're all together there. There's the 77. I would have to imagine he is a fan of the Grateful Dead. Call me crazy, but I think he's riding that train. Ryan McGrath in the 77. Gray 2008 997. So McGrath, as we're looking at him, sneaking in again. I told you, watch that 202 of Roush. Kevin Roush, not messing around. He's made up many, many spots. Keep in mind, that car, that bright green 202, he started 35th out of 35. So I would definitely keep watching him as he's making quick work of a lot of these competitors out there. There's the number 69. We were talking about him earlier. Look at how they just push the air down into that car. Very cool setup. Roush quickly dives to the inside, makes quick work of another competitor as he just keeps on moving forward. He's got his work cut out for him if he wants to run up front with the leaders right now. He's going to get up towards the front of the pack by the numbers, but it'll be fun to see if he's actually going to be able to get up there and run with Mueller, because Mueller's just got open track right now and is able to pretty much check out if he chooses. So we're looking right now, Friedman in the lead over Mueller. That's exciting. We got ourselves a race, ladies and gentlemen. The 5:15, Mueller in P2, Parker in P3, 8 seconds back off the leader. 19 seconds back is the fourth place car of Nicholas. Everett is in fifth place, 19 seconds down. Kwiatkowski in the 55 in P6, P7 is Hereford. Roush is already up into 8th position. He's not going to be able to pass cars as quickly as he has been through the pack, because the farther he moves up, the faster, easy for me to say, right? The faster the competitors are. So just driving around people right now, that's about over. If not, he's only got maybe another lap or so of doing that, and then he's really got his work cut out for him. But it's very exciting to see Corey Friedman running up front, kind of convincingly up front right now, in front of Mueller. I just talked up a big game for Bob Mueller, because he's bled just about every lap of this series all weekend long, and now he's back in P2. So we got ourselves a good race. There's Mueller right there we were just talking about in the 28. Been dominantly fast out here, but now in P2. So that's going to make for a fun afternoon here, as he's got his work cut out for him. And speaking of which, there's the 202. Trying to make his way around. There's the number 64. Proper looking race cars right there. Got a three-way battle for fourth place, third and fourth place right there. Look at Roush. Dips the inside. Late apex on that. Dips down to the inside. Makes it work. Gets around a couple of more. Can he get the 64? I don't think he's close enough on him, unless the 64 were to break very, very early, and he's not going to. Roush now up into P5. From 35th, he's passed 30 cars in just 3 laps. I told you that was going to be a guy to be watching right there. Might have had some type of mechanical issue yesterday. If I remember correctly, there's been so many different races with him on here. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was yesterday. I believe he had a mechanical. I was surprised to see that happen, and that's why he ended up starting all the way back in 35th, as he made quick work of those 3 competitors in that 202 car, which is a 1993 993 RSR. And some very cool, very proper looking race cars behind him as well. There is the 33. We're talking about 33 all weekend long. He came in, I thought he had a little bit of damage on the car. That's Topher Everett from the first session out here. You can see a tire mark on one side and some other scuffs on the other in the 33. I found out that no, that was not the case. That was from some other battles he's been in at Watkins Glen and some other amazing tracks around the United States here. And I personally think it looks cool. Gives the car a lot of character, to say the least. As you see right there, the 33. Beautiful looking car. He's followed up by the number 55 as well. So we're looking here, number 55. Oh, that is Kwiatkowski. So it's Friedman out front. Mueller 3 seconds behind, 3.6 seconds behind. P3 is Parker, the number 7 car. Roush is up to P4, 33 seconds behind the leader. Everett in P5. Kwiatkowski in the number 55, 36 seconds off the leader. Gilsdorf, Nicholas, Hereford. Then rounding out your top 10, it's Litzy. Only 4 laps in. 10th place is already 47 seconds behind the leader. So we're about to start getting into lap traffic here very, very soon, and it's going to cause some issues. I'm sure of it. We've seen lap traffic in several of the races earlier on today in the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America. It was a very big deal, but it worked out, and everyone was kind of able to play nice with one another. We also saw lap traffic being hot and heavy in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America as well. And both of them were able to, all the drivers were able to navigate around each other pretty well. However, a lot of professional drivers in those two classes. This is an amateur class here, but without a doubt, I will say that our leaders up front, Friedman, Mueller, Roush, who's making his way up, they are serious drivers. They know what they're doing. It was amazing yesterday to see some of those guys get around all the lap cars several times, because they lapped up, half the pack was lapped up like 3 laps or so. And so it was impressive to see him. Look at Roush, the 202, just absolutely standing on the loud pedal down the front stretch, just making up as much ground as possible as he barrels in to turn 1. There's the 19 right behind him in the 99 as well. They're having a great battle with one another. That 19, that is Gary Knobloch. And the 99 joining him in that battle of John Westra. John Westra in a 75 911S. So a great run for him. And there's the 55, Andy in there. And then he's got himself a bit of a battle going with the 902. We've seen a lot of the 902 all weekend long being quite competitive. That's Jack Gilsdorf in the 2005 996 Cup. We've seen Gilsdorf running very well. Gilsdorf being, if I remember correctly, trying to keep all my facts straight, but I believe Gilsdorf has been without problem, I think, most of the weekend here, and being extremely consistent in his laps around the track here all weekend. See a good race right there. And there is the 77. Again, cruising on by, looking very good. And I love the car behind the 77 there, that baby blue one. I think it might be the 66. I'm trying to remember. But I just think it's just a beautiful looking car. Still up front on the leaderboard, it's Friedman out in front. Mueller, there it is. Yeah, the number 66. That's just a beautiful car. That's Claudio Kempf and that 1970 911. 1970, folks. 1970. Look at that car. The car is amazing. It's so cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, what a beauty it is. I really love that car. That's the fun thing about this. There's just so many different vehicles out here, and a lot of them are, I should say the majority of them are vintage cars. And speaking of vintage cars, we were just talking about the whole Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. And I think this is always a good time to talk about it, because a lot of these cars have had their return to glory, as did all of the cars from the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. And when I say that, I'm talking, these cars came from all over the place. Dealers all over the United States were asked to participate in this Restoration Challenge, all the way from Monterey, California, Walnut Creek, Rockland, Fresno, Redwood City, Ontario, the South Bay, Santa Clarita, Palm Springs, Las Vegas, Tucson, Chandler, San Diego, Anchorage, Alaska, Colorado Springs, Anchorage, Alaska. Okay, that's awesome. Salt Lake City, Plano, Texas, Omaha, Jacksonville, Nashville, Fort Myers, Barrington, North Olmsted, all over the place. Silver Springs, Townsend, Delaware, Warrenton, Inglewood, the Gold Coast, And that's just to name a few of the entries for this Return to Glory, the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. And we're all going to vote on this, and we have been throughout the weekend, and I need everyone here to help us out, decide which one is the best car. So please go on and check them out. They are in the fan zone, inside there at the fan zone, where all the Porsche merchandise and all that stuff is. I need you to go in there and check it out. Vote on your favorite car. At 2 o'clock, the top three. We got the 06 getting squirrely, got out in the grass, saved it, didn't even let the car come around. Great save right there for the 06. So he went for a bit of a wild ride right there. Niles Messinger. Okay, here it is. Whoop, steps out, got it, collected it again. No, I am in the grass. I'm okay. I'm not okay. I'm okay. No, all right. And he's back on track again. So a bit of a wild ride for Niles as he goes wide, and we are well into lap cars. Well into lap cars. As you see our leaders right now being Friedman and Mueller way out front, and they have already only 8 laps in, have lapped all the way up to, oh my goodness, I'm looking at the leaderboard. I think they may have lapped the entire pack already. Yeah. Yep, they've lapped everybody. A couple of them twice. We've got a couple cars that I think have dropped out now as well. Yeah, they've really put it to it. So a great race right there in between Friedman and Mueller. Friedman out in front in the 5:15. Mueller has caught up some major ground there in the 28 and P2. Parker, 40 seconds off the pace in P3. Roush is in P4, 41 seconds off the pace. Those guys need a caution to come out. That's really the only way they're going to have an opportunity to get up here to really run with these leaders. These guys were way out in front right off the bat. They started P1 and P2. You see guys like Roush and others that started way in the back. I mean, Roush started 35th, and he's up to 4th place right now, but 40 seconds behind the leaders. They're not going to make up that time. It just isn't going to happen unless a caution comes out. So as we were continuing on, we were talking about the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. These entries that they run from the 1950s all the way up into the 2000s. Big difference in horsepower. Some of them, are down to only 75 horse. Some of them are up over 600 horsepower. They are anywhere from rear into mid-engine to front engine layouts. And the years and the miles have written individual histories without a doubt for each car. There's no doubt about it. But now a common chapter is about to tie them together. Their journeys are being tied together, and what that is the 2021 Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. The U.S. is home to more classic Porsche sports cars than any other market. After decades on the road, some without a doubt, inevitably, some of them just need some TLC. They just need a little love, and that's all it's about. And then here comes the Restoration Classic Challenge, and where Porsche Classic has encouraged U.S. dealerships to restore a car that is due for some expert technical attention and to ensure many, many more years of driving pleasure in these cars. I'm all about that because these Porsche cars are amazing, absolutely amazing. To see these classic cars given the love that they need, come out and get another 30, 40 years out of them is just awesome. Each one of these vehicles, they underwent a restoration in the best possible hands you can imagine. Porsche trained technicians with their portfolio of Porsche Classic genuine parts. And 9 of the participating dealerships, 9 of them, are designated Porsche Classic partners who go absolutely above and beyond in their commitment to keeping vintage cars on the road and driving, vintage Porsche cars. The Restoration Challenge began in November of 2020, and it has been an amazing ride ever since then. All along, it's been happening. A panel of experts from Porsche Cars North America judged the process based on criteria that include, and not limited to, restoration, such as the engine, the suspension, the interior, but also documentation like the Classic Technical Certificate. And out of that, for all those professionals, they decided which ones were coming here. We got 8 or 9 of them here in the top 3 that are being voted on, and that's where you guys come in, because it is a fan vote. You guys come in and you will help us decide which 3 of those 8 or 9 cars are going to come out of the building and come over to the podium at 2 o'clock. And then at 2:30, we're going to meet some very important gentlemen that are involved with this process, and it's going to be announced which one of those cars is the champion, who is the big winner in the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. So that's happening today, and that's going to be going on at 2:30. And at 2:30, I want all you guys out on the grid for the grid walk. Doesn't cost you a dime. Come on out on the grid walk, and you'll be out there while all the cars from the Carrera Cup are out there, so you can check out all those race cars, check out these top 3 classic Porsche cars. Lots going to be happening out there, and we need you all there out there for 2:30 for that, to check that out and enjoy. Speaking of enjoyment, there's all these guys out here on the track having a ton of fun, and they have been all weekend long. It's been some fun racing, some good battles. And these guys have also, within reason, have all played pretty cool with one another, without a doubt. And so, what should be completed right now, should be done around noontime is kind of what we were thinking, is the 3D chalk art work that had been in process over the last 2.5 days, 3 days. And she's a big supporter of the hashtag Sportscar Together, which I hope all of you are sharing on your social media, taking pictures of you, the family, the friends, and your cars, your favorite parts of the festivals, and posting all that with the hashtag Sportscar Together. But the 3D chalk art in progress, that's done by Alexandria Jade. That's ALIXANDRA, Jade, Alexandria Jade. You can follow her on her social media as well. And she has been working very hard out there, a labor of love the last couple of days. And if you go over there, there's a certain spot you can stand. You really see it if you take a picture of your phone, the 3D in it. And the kids are, mom, dad, all of you are allowed to walk out on it, and it looks like steps going up to the car and everything. It's very, very cool, and it takes a talented artist to be able to do such a thing and master such a craft, if you will. Speaking of mastering a craft, the 202, whoa! We see the 69 brings it around backwards. Got himself off the course in a nice, fairly safe spot. He is on the outside of the turn, though. And he's signaling, I think, maybe to one of the course workers or so. I don't know if that was a, hey, help me out or what have you, but he is in a relatively safe spot there. So I don't know if we're going to go caution, which Roush right there in the 202 is like, you've got to be kidding me. I need that caution. I need one to come out to get up for the rest of the pack there. As the 69 is parked backwards over there in his yellow and black 1974 914-6. Brian Weathered. And there is Roush right there. Kevin Roush, that is, in the 202. Really putting in a great run. Just driving around cars. I mean, to the right, to the left, they bob, he weaves. They weave, he bobs. Doesn't matter. Inside, outside, he's just making moves. But he needs a caution to come out if he wants to run up front with our leaders who checked out early on. Speaking of leaders, Friedman still out front, and there he is, right there, the 515. Mueller, 1.388 seconds behind him in P2, so dropped back a little tiny bit. Roush in P4. P5 is Gilsdorf. Kwiatkowski in P6, 92 seconds off the leaders. Everett in P7, Nicholas in 8. Then 9th through the rest of the field have all been lapped. So our leaders still with a fair amount of time left, 17 minutes left to go in this class. The leaders have lapped all the way up to 9th place already. So right now, I don't know if it's going to happen or not. I'm thinking with Parker, Steve Parker in the number 7, and Kevin Rouse in the 202. That's your third and fourth place competitors. I'm wondering if our leaders are going to end up lapping them. I don't know. That's a tough one to call. I know if they all started together up front, that would be different. I would say no, that isn't going to happen. But it's very possible. It very well could with all this lap traffic and things being in the way. And we'll have to see. So that's kind of like our next big surprise. Is that going to happen or not? As Friedman still out in front, looking very comfortable. And just taking all that pressure that's being applied by Mueller and just sucking it up without a problem. Which, that's impressive in its own, to have Mueller running as strong as he has all weekend. And there's the caution. This is going to make a big difference for everybody. So the caution is out. I'm curious if it's because of the 69 that's kind of parked on the outside of the turn there. It very well could be. I didn't see anything else happening on track that I was able to notice anyways. So I think they're going to, whoop, we got one. I think going down into one again. The 58 smoked the tires off right there, heavy on the brakes. We've seen a lot of that all weekend long. Because now we go into a full course caution. And it's going to be a single file rolling restart per usual. There's your leaders right there. But now how many lapped cars that are going to be restarting here are in between the 28 and the 7? Because it's the 7's in P3, the 202's in P4. So they get an opportunity to restart here. Problem is for Stephen Parker and for Kevin Roush, the issue here is we still got those two fastest guys out front. How quickly on this restart can you get around all these lap cars? You know, if this restart had happened, you know, we're 14 laps in. If this restart had happened, say, at lap 5, well, then those two gentlemen, Steve Parker and Kevin Rouse, would be sitting real pretty. But there is a ton of lap cars in between them and first and second. And you're going to look in all the way to the top of your screen there. We're waiting to see third and fourth come around that corner. But there they are right there. Because there's just a ton of lap cars in between them. Big time. So that's going to... All righty. So we are going... Oh, check it out. We got an replay here. What was this? Did I miss? I missed this. Oh, someone got into the 19. Oh, boy. Okay. So I had missed that, but yeah, that someone had gotten into the 19 there. He swapped out and got into the wall. Not crazy hard, but hard enough. These beautiful Porsches, classic cars like this, and you hate to see that. It's kind of heartbreaking to see that happen. As the 99 got the blunt of it, John Westra, I believe it was. And so to see that beautiful 1975 911S, oh, it breaks my heart. As I read that, I just cringed. Seeing that beautiful 1975 car go into the wall like that. Just heartbreaking. So the green flag's back out. Let's see here. There is a battle for third place. Splitting the competition down the middle. Parker to the inside, Rouse to the outside. Now they drag race down into turn 1. Going to be a lot of traffic in front of them. The 7 stays in front of the 202. I think we're going to start seeing a fun battle with these two. Oh, the 57 dips in. Trying to stay racy with them. But the 57 is a lap down as well, I do believe. So there's Rouse at 202. He's staying tight to the number 7 of Parker. Oh, diving in. Does he make the move? He does. I told you this man's aggressive. Kevin Roush, he's not going to mess around. Not messing around. He doesn't take time to wait for anybody or anything to happen. He makes it happen on his own. And he's been doing it that way all weekend long. Look at him split the difference right up the middle. This guy's wild. He makes racing fun again. Absolutely. Kevin Roush. What a show. In that 202. As he keeps putting the pressure on. He's not waiting for people to make mistakes or get on the line. He's just forcing them to go where he wants them to go so he can have the line that he wants to have. And he's doing it quite well. But don't worry. The race isn't over yet, man, because Steve Parker is still right there. Steve Parker, the number 7, he is still in the mix. Yep, look at him just driving around everybody in his 1993 993 RSR. Super, super great job. Just amazing. And then the number 7 as well, still trying to stay in tow. So the 202 and the 7 having a good battle. The 7, that's a 1979 911. Versus Roush's 1993 993. Well, very well done job for both of those two competitors, as the number 7 of Parker is keeping Roush honest without a doubt, not letting him get too far ahead. You see a good shot of the two of them. They made quick work out of a lot of those lapped cars. One of the few cars, or two of the few cars that have not been lapped by our leaders, first and second, which is still Corey Friedman and Bob Euler. Still way out front. 16 laps in, 9 minutes, 25 seconds to go. So still plenty of racing. Anything can happen. But we need perfect timing, or they need perfect timing. We don't. We're safe. We're fine. We're here watching, hanging out, watching a great race unfold right in front of our eyes. But what the 202 and the 7 need is to get all the lap cars out from in between them and the leaders, which is not an easy task. But if they're going to do it, it has to happen right now, just because we just had that restart, and then hope for another caution. And then they have an opportunity to battle up front. But it's going to take not just the skill that they have and the great race cars that they're driving, it's going to take luck. Without Lady Luck, it's just not going to happen. We're not going to see those guys battle for the lead. So you see there is Mueller, just over 1 second behind our leader. Roush, 31 seconds back in P3. P4 is Parker. Gilsdorf in P5, a minute behind the leaders already. That didn't take long. We just had to restart a couple laps ago. Everett, P7. Nicholas, 8. Litzy is P9. Marshall is in the 10th spot. Then we get down to Kempf, Hereford, Margrave, Collins, and Dunn, and that is your 11th through 15th competitors. There's a nice shot of our leader, a little over a second ahead of Mueller, with a very, very impressive and aggressive run. There's our second place driver, number 28 of Mueller. Really have been put in a great drive throughout the weekend, through practices, through qualifying, through race number 1, and into now. He's kind of almost like similar to Michael McCarthy in Porsche Sprint Challenge, where we're talking like he's having a bad day because he's in second. majority of the racers would love a nice solid second place, but when you're talking to someone like Mueller, or like I was saying, comparing him to Michael McCarthy, it's just not good enough. It's just not good enough, man. Yeah, you see the 5:15. Very comfortable, mistake-free afternoon for him. All the cars all the way up to, I believe, 6th place, I think, are all, 7th place, are all a lap down. And they are, yeah, so they've lapped all the way up to 7th place. As we have 6 minutes, 15 seconds left to go in this session, which is still quite a bit of racing. We talk a little bit about lap times. Let's see, the best lap was lap number 2 for Friedman. That's when he took the lead with a 1:40.705. Mueller's best lap is a 1:41.520. Friedman just came out of the woodwork. I mean, he's been fast all weekend, but today he's a different guy. He woke up on the right side of the bed this morning, I can tell you that right now. Then we're looking at the number 7 of Steve Parker. His fast lap is a 1:43.938. Kevin Roush in the 202 with 1:44.928. And Phil Gisdorf is a 1:47.313. That's your top 5. And that is your top 5 fastest lap times so far here for the PCA Club Racing at the Porsche Sportscar Together Festival here at Indianapolis, Indiana, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the big house. Oh, look at this. Great race here. Parker got Roush back again. Roush isn't going to just let that go by. They're going to have a good battle. Parker is really running very well. 2 great races out here at the same time. Up front with 1st and 2nd, and 2nd and 3rd. Quite a distance, quite a gap in between those 2 groups of drivers. But great racing. Very good. All right. Lap car in the race lane right there. Not doing anything wrong, held its line, but definitely slowed Roush up a little bit. So all the work he just did for the last lap or so, he's got to redo and put the pressure on Steve Parker in the number 7. So Parker looking quite comfortable in front of Roush. Two completely different cars out there, but yet running so consistently with one another, and have been throughout the weekend. This is not just the first time this has happened. We've seen these guys battle out quite a bit here over the last 3 days here at the Porsche Sportscar Together Festival. And together we are, all of us, all kinds of Porsches here. In just the parking lot alone, the last couple of days has been like a car show. It's been very impressive. There is your leader, Friedman. And I'm curious what had happened. Look at Mueller. Fell off the pace, 5 seconds back behind Friedman. So he did something somewhere along the line that I don't think we caught. But something happened where he just lost almost a full 4 seconds. But he's back on the pace again. You see him getting around that lap car again, blinking the headlights at us, saying, hey, brother, I'm right here. Blinking the lights, getting the attention of the drivers in front of him. Number 28. Again, I'm curious to find out what had happened to him. As there is Roush, the 202. chasing down the 7. Is he going to make it happen? He made that pass easy. There's more to that story. There has to be. Oh, no, okay, 2 cars, the same color. Now we're making sense. All right. I thought he just drove around the number 7. I said, there's no way that that was the case. Absolutely not. So the number 7 still in 3rd place. The 202 of Roush still in 4th place. Having a good battle. But yet, the number 7 of Steve Parker pulling a little bit of distance in between him and his competitor, the 202. And you see there's a great pack of cars there. That is the 06. Cool looking vehicle. And that is Niles Messinger. We were talking about Niles earlier in his 79 911 Euro SC. As our leader, Friedman, coming up on more lap cars. He's got the lights going. He's blinking the lights. Saying as if USAC's Kurt Carberry would say, hey, brother, move over. Move out of the way, brother. As he's trying to get his attention and cruise on by. 66 might not be using his mirrors right now, but he's about to find out that he's got the leader of the race right behind him. Stays out of the race lane. Both of them do. Great move. Very gentlemanly-like. And then there is Mueller kind of in the back of the shot there. Really had fallen off the pace, and I'm just curious what had happened to him. Not fallen off the pace enough where I don't think he spun out or anything, but yet lost enough time where it wasn't just allowing the rear end to step out. I'm not sure what he had done, but something went wrong. It could have been as simple as a couple lap cars not moving out of the race lane quick enough, maybe. As we're coming back around to the top of the leaderboard. White flag is out right now for Corey Friedman. He's going to be happy with this. Corey Friedman sees the white flag. No, grabs the checkered right there. So Corey Friedman, congratulations to you, sir. Topping Bob Mueller in P2. And this is going to have to make it happen. Roush and Parker battling for 3rd place in a podium position. Roush does not want to finish 4th. Parker says, I don't know what to tell you about that, bro, but I'm here to stay in P3. Smoke off the tires on some lap cars up front. That could cause an issue for these guys. 2-3 wide right there as they're getting through the lap cars. Roush goes way to the inside. Stiffs 2 off into the grass. Gets around to the 7 of Parker. And right down at the very end, what a move. He used these lap cars to his advantage. Went off the side of the track a little bit, nothing illegal, and end up getting himself on the podium, coming from 35th all the way to 3rd. Here is a look at it. Using the lap cars to help him. Stepped off a little bit. Smart move, good racing by Roush and Steve Parker in P4. Steve, I'm not taking anything away from you. You ran excellent today as well, sir. Very impressed with Friedman, Mueller, Roush, and Parker. Gilsdorf in P5. 5th overall. So some good racing action going on right there. And I tell you, very, very impressive stuff. That was a fun race, some good racing going on there. But the day's not over. A lot of racing yet to come. Right around the corner, it is the 935 Club Sport Time Attack number 4. You're going to love this one. You're going to love it. And then after that, we are going into our grid walk. And starting at 2 o'clock, we're putting those 3 restoration cars out there. 2:30, you guys come out for the grid walk. Check all of that out. A lot of action yet to come. If here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Green Flag Racing right around the corner.
This is the life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action scene. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action scene. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
right, folks, so we're back in action. You hear the cars on the track. This is our 935 Club Sport Time Attack number 4. We've seen these guys get quite a bit of track time all weekend long. The story has been in between a couple of different competitors here, and it's basically been Lensing and Ingram have really been putting on quite a show. Right now, out in front, it's the number 54 of Lensing, Ingram in the 11, right there in a beautiful car. Out there making it happen. And on top of that, we've also got some cool stuff as well. Don't forget about Charlie Cook. He's in P3 in the number 55. And the difference is there's a massive difference in a lot of these cars. You can tell just, by looking at them, by the sound of them as they go by the front stretch, all different in horsepower. So we're talking, Charlie Cook as well. He's lower horsepower, at 385 horse versus, some of these cars are 425, and the 218 is way over 700 horsepower. So, a lot of different cars out there. Charlie Cook, he's down to 385 horse, and he's sitting in P3. So that's an impressive run for him. Charlie Cook, this is any road course, any form of motorsport, horsepower obviously makes a big difference. That's kind of what a lot of it's all about. It's just horsepower and handling and driver and a good crew. And so right now it is Lensing. He's in P1 in the 54. And as soon as we get our timing and scoring up here, I'll give you a little more information about what's going on with the lap times and things, and we can break it down into sectors as well. And we'll get some of that information for you here in just a few minutes with the timing and scoring. But meanwhile, camera is on the number 11 right now of Ingram. His fast lap is a 146.929 versus a 144.160 for Lensing. Cook just makes over the start-finish line right now with a 149.713. And hopefully we'll have an opportunity to be able to break this down for you into sectors and things and show you just what the difference is, who's faster where. As it looks like we are just under 14 minutes left to go in this session. And right there is the car. Perfect livery for this weekend. That's the number 17 of Rappaport. Rappaport sitting down in the 4th spot right now currently at a 150.176. So he's running pretty consistent from what we've seen from him throughout the weekend. Hetherington in the number 66, he's at a 152.127. And that rounds out the top 5 for the 5 cars that are out there right now. So, in talking earlier on, some of the drivers and things, there's a big difference in horsepower and things of that nature out here for these classes. And this is the time attack for the club's sport class. Time attack number 4. And I was talking earlier to Randy Hembring. Randy Hembring runs the show over at the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Randy Hembring was talking last night after the race is over, saying this is actually his favorite class to watch. He's basically just glued to the fences. He looks like a waffle body because he's up against the chain link fence so tight, trying to get the best view possible of this class. Randy Hembring just absolutely loves it, along with him and Jason Smith. They've made several requests to make sure that their schedule is empty during the day when this class is out, because they certainly enjoy it. And you can see why, as you see Lensing, Ingram, Cook, Rappaport, Hetherington putting down their best laps. And good news, after this, we go back to the big show, and we're going to get rocking and rolling with the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. And then we get to finish out the day with Club Sport one more time with their super lap. And that's when they're really going to be getting after it. So you think they're going good right now, all 5 of these guys out here. Wait till we get to the super lap at the end of the day, and they really start to wick it up. There's a nice shot of the 66 right there. That is Hetherington. Beautiful race car. As we are just inside 11 minutes left to go in this time attack number 4. And don't forget, folks, right around the corner after this is done, we are going to do our installation lap for our Porsche Carrera Cup. Get all those cars parked out on the grid in pit lane there. And then we invite all of you to join us on the grid walk. And we'd like everyone to enter and exit the grid walk through Victory Lane. And while you're out there, you get to check out all those cars, all the Carrera Cup cars, up close and personal, taking pictures, doing your thing. And also, we will have our top 3 cars out there for the Porsche Restoration Championship as well, which at 2:30 will be announced. And we have some very important people from Porsche North America that are going to join us in that announcement of this Classic Restoration Challenge. And we'd like to have all of you join us out there for that. And it's a double whammy. You get the grid walk and you get the top 3 and find out who the winner is in that Classic Porsche Challenge Restoration Challenge. And that's all going to be happening here right around the corner at 2:30 is when that is going to get underway. And we're very excited to have all of you come out and join us. And when you're out there and you're taking pictures and doing your thing, what we need you to do, I'm asking you to do, as a favor, because we're all friends do each other favors, we want you to share that experience with us and hashtag it. Hashtag SportsCarTogether. That is hashtag SportsCarTogether. And tell us how your experience is, how things are going. How much have you enjoyed this weekend's festivities? If you've enjoyed it half as much as I have, you have had yourself a wonderful couple of days here. 3 beautiful days. The weather has cooperated greatly with us here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And also, you've still got plenty of time in the fan zone to check out the simulator lab. And that is simulating a GT3 Cup car. And he or she who gets in the fastest time in that simulator lab today will get a $500 gift card that you could be used at a Porsche Experience Center in North America of your choosing. So that's pretty awesome. So a $500 gift card for the Porsche Experience Center in North America of your choosing. And so that's a very cool opportunity. And if you can go out there, if you're good enough to go out and set the best lap time of the day in that simulator, well, then the Porsche Experience Center is where you need to be, because you're going to have an excellent time. It's going to be the best day of your life, I promise. Speaking of best day of your life, it's the best day of Lenzing's life here, as he is a 144.160 fast lap and in the lead in the number 54 car. Behind him is the number 11 of Ingram, 145.047. So a good run for those two. And then Cook, lower horsepower than the cars in the lead, but still putting out a solid top 3 in the number 55. Rappaport, he's over the start-finish line. He's at a 150.167. And then, of course, it is Hetherington as well with a 152.127. Hopefully, with any luck, I'll be able to give you some information here soon on our sector times. Once we get that timing and scoring screen up, and be able to give you more information of who is fast in what sections, or sectors, if you will, as we're about 6.5 minutes left in this time attack. You see them coming down the front stretch. getting their laps in and getting faster and faster as the weekend rolls on, because they're going to finish out at the end of the day with a big finish. This class is going to be back again one more time at the end of the day. That's going to be starting after the podium is done for the Carrera Cup, brought to you by Visit the Cayman Islands. And right now, it is the Yokohama Time Attack. Yokohama Tires putting the power to the ground. Not only here as the title sponsor of this Time Attack, but also in the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires, where every vehicle in that class, or in that series, all three classes, platinum, gold, and silver, are all running the Yokohama tires and setting some very impressive lap times. It's great to see, exciting to see, starting off in Sebring this year with that class, how these drivers in the Porsche Sprint Series, Sprint Challenge, have really taken a liking to the Yokohama tires and is now a preferred tire for the majority of those drivers in that class, in that series. And we've got, if you add them all together, 41 competitors a few weeks ago up at Road America, 21 here today with a bunch of new ones. So we've got upwards of 60 competitors driving in that series, and the majority of them just absolutely loving the Yokohama tire and the performance that gives them. There's Cook right there, the number 55. As we were saying earlier, Cook down on horsepower considerably compared to some of the other vehicles out there, but you wouldn't know it the way he wheels that car. Excellent job. You can really hear him hum coming around that section. On the gas, not messing around. And so still looking good, but look at Ingram. Makes a bit of an upset. He did it again. He's done this almost every session. Comes out, puts down a 143.820. Puts him up on top of the leaderboard. So Ingram putting in another amazing performance. Pushes Langsing back a spot. And the number 54 to a 144.160. Cook with a 149.713. Rappaport 150.176 and 151.876 for Hetherington. Ingram over the start-finish line. Not bettering that lap that time, but a 143.820, very impressive run. And there's Hetherington over the start-finish line as well. Nice look at the 55 there, and there's the 11. Mr. Upsetter, because he just keeps on doing it. Him and Langsing, have really been swapping times back and forth all weekend with some impressive runs. And you can tell just by the way they're driving the car, they're having a great time with it as well. They really are. And you can see why out there in these beautiful race cars, getting the power to the ground and really having a blast. And that number 11 is a very cool looking car. That is a proper looking race car. See, come around again here. 143.820 is his fastest time. Can he better that time? I bet he can. With a minute, 39 seconds left to go in this session. We're going to find out right now. Can he beat that 1:43.820? Checkered flag is out. Does he better his time? It does not look like he does, but Ingram, another great run for him. Lingsing, 1:44.160. Will he improve on that? Time will tell momentarily as the checkered flag is out. It looks like unofficially, P3 will be Cook, Rappaport, and rounding out your top 5 will be Hetherington. So still a lot to come yet today. Got another big race right around the corner, but we invite you to come join us at 2:30 for the grid walk. We're going to get all the Carrera Cup cars out on the grid walk so you can check them out and our top 3 Porsches. So a lot of action yet to come. 2:30, come join us on the grid. Enter underneath the podium. I'll be out there myself in a little bit, and we are very excited to be announcing the winner of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Restoration Challenge. And so that's going to be a lot of fun stuff as we get prepared for all that. Come out and join us on the grid as we continue on with the Porsche Sportscar Together Festival. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. Ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
Hey, folks, and we're back here live for Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. We've had a lot of great racing going on all day long. That's not over yet. We have something very special yet we're going to do right now for the classic restoration for the Porsche cars here. We've had about 40, 50 cars from around the country restored, giving them a whole new life here. But we've got the top 3 that's been voted on. We've got them right behind us here. But first, for the manager for Porsche Classic, I'd like to first off introduce Mr. Jonathan Sieber. Jonathan?
Thank you very much. On behalf of Porsche Cars North America, we had the privilege of offering up an opportunity for all of our dealers across the country, all 192. 41 of them actually engaged in the challenge we set forth of finding a classic Porsche, restoring it to how they had a vision, and ultimately going through regional, area, and finally the national competition that we have. The 3 cars that we've had as the finalist displays throughout this weekend come from our Area West, Area East, and Area South Central. And after nearly a year, it's my honor to actually be able to present who has won this award. Anna and Zach, if you would unveil the winning car. I'd like to congratulate Porsche Ontario.
So a lot of excitement going on here. Look at, if you can see, they are just having a blast. That means so much to them. And what a great thing you guys have done at Porsche here. This is just an absolutely wonderful program.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We want to honor our dealers, and we want to honor the vehicles and the owners that come along with it. And that's why Porsche Classic exists. And the pride that is taken by the dealership, the technicians, the service managers, it's really what Porsche is about. It's a driving factor of what is Porsche passion.
Excellent. Absolutely wonderful stuff. So Porsche Ontario takes home the win. You can see it in their faces. They're so excited. If you miss it, the big hugs, jumping, yelling, and screaming. It's just really amazing stuff. And so that's what the Porsche Classic Restoration is all about. And these guys couldn't be happier. So congratulations to all of our guys here from Porsche Ontario. A wonderful job. And I got to say, just real quick, just a couple quick words. I just want to talk to you just because you were so emotional. It feels so good. Tell me what's on your mind right now.
Well, unfortunately, we're from a great group. And one of our managers that me and Matt worked with, unfortunately passed away yesterday. And this is for Larry Palmer. And me and Matt have been around Porsche for a long time, and to do this is the #1 highlight of my career, and I wouldn't have done it without Matt, and it's just a privilege an honor to work for the company that I work for and be able to do this. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Well, absolutely. You're very welcome. And Larry's with you right now, without a doubt.
This is for him. This is definitely for him. Yeah.
Congratulations, guys. Wonderful job. Wonderful job. So there you have it, folks. Very excited guys. A very emotional time here. And it just couldn't be better. The pinnacle of their career here and winning that right here in Indianapolis. What a wonderful thing. But, hey, it's not over yet. We've got our track walk underway here. Everyone can come out and check out the Carrera Cup cars. And that race number 3 for the Carrera Cup is right around the corner. That's been brought to you by Visit the Cayman Islands. So a lot of racing yet to come. Don't go anywhere. Stand by. The day is not over yet.
I was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. And you know, and we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now.
here for this final race of the weekend, which has, as we thought, had thrown in quite a lot of curveballs to the championship. Bruce Jones has been alongside me all over this weekend. We'll give you the grid rundown in just a few moments' time. It's going to start with a bit of a shock, Bruce, because at the back, Kai van Berlo, who came into this weekend as the championship leader, is going to be starting in the last position after an engine change following an issue in the second race. It's been a horrible weekend for him so far.
Next to no points in the first race, absolutely no points, and engine failure in the second race. It can't get any worse. We'll see him climb up the order, I'm sure, but for a driver who's pretty much either won or been on the podium in every race pretty much before coming here, this has been an absolute shocker, and he's just going to have to now rely on Seb Priaulx having a few problems of his own, maybe in this race or maybe in some of the races at the finale. You'd never wish that on your teammate or your championship rival, but that's all he can hope on now. For the young Dutchman, they're all young at the very front end of the grid. It's been an absolute nightmare at Indianapolis.
Let's look at the grid then. Max Root, Sean McAllister, Anders Kovac. Well, Sean McAllister won't be starting. Anders Kovac, I'm not sure he's going to be on the grid either for JDX Racing. We'll see if we can catch a look at him. Kai van Berlo at the back, Alexander Marmarenu for MRS GT Racing. Then it's Craig Conway and Grady Willingham. We'll have to keep an eye up for that number 3 car coming through the field. There's no Vernon McClure in this one, so next up it's Matt Holcomb and Joe Lombardo. They've been having a cracking battle at the front of the Pro-Am 991 field. That's the previous iteration of cars. The Pro-Am pole sitter is in 991 is one grid row further forward. That's Connor Flynn for Irish Mikes Racing, and he'll have Jeffrey Majerak with him, the Goldcrest Motorsport 992 driver. Bill Smith and Alan Metney are together in their iFly Kelly Moss Racing and Top Racing Machines, the 99 and the 42. Thomas Collingwood and John Goetz. Kurt Swearingen and Tim Pappas in the 6th row, with Efren Castro on pole position for Pro-Am in the 992 class, inside the top 10 overall. He's got Hutton McKenna for company in that very famous yellow, red and white car. Yes, well remember the young drivers for Alex Job Racing driving that car, that livery in the day. Ahead of them on row, the next row forward, Sebastian Carrazzo and Ryan Gates, TJ Fisher and Lee Keane. Lee Keane in 4th position in the bright red number 311 RS car. Then it's Riley Dickinson, who was penalised in the previous race for driving into Seb Priaulx, and once again it's Parker Thompson on the outside of the front row and Seb Priaulx on pole position, courtesy of not 1, not 2, but 3 fastest laps. He has claimed pole position in all of the races. 1 qualifying session, your first, second and third best laps setting your grid positions for the 3 races this weekend, and Seb Priaulx has managed to capture all 3 of them. Couldn't capitalise on the demise of Kai van Berlo in the last one. This time Van Berlo's way at the back. We're coming to the restart and the start zone now as they come through turn number 14, the Shark Blue 993. GT3 is in pit lane, and we are ready to go racing for the final time of asking this weekend for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. It's a very long wait before we get the green flag, but we are racing, and it's a much better start from Sebastian Priaulx at the front of the field. He'll have to defend as Parker Thompson in the red and white Porsche tries to go around the outside. Surely that is not going to stick. They're going to try and tough it out side by side. Parker Thompson, well, that's very, very honest and respectful racing, possibly too respectful from Sebastian Priaulx, who lets Thompson go through around the outside and then tries to hold the inside line for the next right-hander. Thompson goes through into the lead, won the second race here, and did his championship challenge no harm at all. The whole field streaming through, so Thompson through into the lead from the start. Had to wait till after the first corner And down into the inner straight. Here comes Riley Dickinson down the inside with the red, white and black car. Big defence on the left-hand side of the track from Lee Keenan, the 311 RS Motorsport car. He's holding on to the third place that he nicked at the start. Bruce Jones, cracking start in the first phase at least for the young Guernseyman from pole position, but ultimately the Canadian Parker Thompson has sneaked into the lead.
Very neat, very tidy, and Parker Thompson had just the very front of his car, the tip of the nose in front as they got down to turn 1. That was the point. He was able to run that little bit deeper in the corner, but it was side by side, and you're quite right, Seb Priaulx, very, very fair indeed. But don't forget, we talked about this towards the end of the second race, I beg your pardon. He doesn't need to take the risks. He's coming out of this very well indeed with his chief championship challenger, Kai van Berlo, back at the tail of the field in this, having crashed out of the previous one. Talking of crashes, Efren Castro has just come out of turn 14 and he's thumped his car into the wall on the outside, so no points for him, and I presume we will have some form of caution to clear that up. So big disaster for Castro against the wall, out of the race.
And that was the Pro-Am leader. Efren's been going really well and trying to close the gap on Alan Metney, who's been doing double duty this weekend in IMSA's other event over at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, where he was competing in another one-make championship. So Metney missed the first race, came back in the second race and got decent points. In fairness, did have a pretty good cushion in terms of points coming in this weekend. But Efren Castro trying in that Team Hardpoint EBM number 65 car to trying to close that gap. He's done a sterling job, Bruce, having clouted the wall coming out of turn 14 onto the start-finish line at the end of the first green flag lap. He has got it into the pit lane exit, but there's a bit of clean-up to be doing there. There are several essential fluids that really should be inside the Porsche 992 Cup car and not on the start-finish line.
That's the big, big problem. That, of course, the natural reaction is to get your car out of the way so it cannot be hit by the others coming through. The caution was thrown very, very quickly indeed. Now, that gave me the opportunity as the whole field backs up a little bit to see how well Kai van Berlo did on the opening lap. He started at the tail of the field. He got up to halfway up the order. He got up to 13th from, I think it was effectively 25th position on the grid. We've got a couple of non-starters, in fact, 3 non-starters, Kovacs, McAllister and McClure. But for Kai van Berlo, he's sitting in just behind Kurt Swearingen. So he's done incredibly well to recover so many positions, but I really do feel for Efren Castro. He came in knowing that Alan Metney was going to miss the first race, but would be here for the next 2. But all he could do was deliver wins in the class and take the maximum Pro-Am points. He's done that, but alas, he's the one with the big fat 0 this afternoon.
So the clean-up begins, and it's not going to be... It is not going to be the work of a moment. It is right up against the wall. The safety crew have made the driver, of course, Efren Castro, their priority. Just so easy on cold tyres, possibly not up to temperature either. It's the classic, absolute classic oval accident. And although we're not using the full 2.5 mile oval here, Bruce, just got out of the racing line into what's called the grey, and at that point you become a passenger. At any point in the race that's going to happen, but with cold and low pressure tyres still coming up to pressure and temp, then really, other than pretty much stopping the car, not much Efren could have done there.
Really nothing, and it's probably the smallest of margins of angle that just wasn't right, but that wall would have come up at him very, very quickly. But of course, it's a strange way to go onto the banking rather than entering a big, wide parabola that, of course, you'd run on the regular Indy Motor Speedway. You're coming at it from inside the curve and riding up onto the banking, so it's not a natural line you're taking, and it's much tighter, of course, than the line you would be on the full, broad turn 1, of course, if you're running the opposite direction. So really, really difficult, and he's not the first, and he won't be the last driver who uses the infield circuit to go up on the banking there and find things, and not quite as they'd hoped for. So I hope Efren hasn't been knocked around too much, because that would have hurt. That would have certainly knocked the wind out of his lungs, that contact. He did very well to get the car off the track, though, I must say.
Just ticking off words I wasn't expecting to hear in a commentary today. Parabola, yeah, that one. It's the top left on the card. Well done, Bruce. Very good indeed. Bruce Jones and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre for IMSA Radio. doing double duty this weekend. The teams both in WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Circuit here at IMS, covering 2 of 3 IMSA events that their competition department is running this weekend. Also got one going on at Road America, 3 classic and iconic American circuits. Well done to IMSA for putting together a full calendar this year. And this triple header, of course, part of the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. It is a triple header because of the fact that this series couldn't go to the Indy Toronto event. That didn't happen this year. And to make up the other race from that event, there's been a 3rd race added to the final event weekend of the year for this championship. That will be at Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, which is in November this year, pushed back a little later to enable IMSA to get all the championships to the end of their schedules. So 2 triple headers to finish, and what a place to finish the championship. 3 at Indy, 3 at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Champions will be crowned at that event. And the way it stands at the moment, after the racing that we've had already, certainly in the top class and also the junior category, Bruce, it's been tightened up quite considerably. And the man, I would say, the driver who's had the best weekend in terms of points haul so far is the man that's leading. Parker Thompson brought himself right back in to championship contention for JDX Racing.
Absolutely has, and it's not just the fact that he's gathering the points. It's twice he's been head-to-head with Seb Priaulx, and he's come out ahead. Of course, Seb didn't get to finish the 2nd race, but those things are very important. Gaining momentum, John, we were talking about that in the previous commentary, and towards the end of the season, if your tail is up, you've got the feathers in your cap, you're going really, really well, but 2 drags down to the 1st corner, and twice he's made it stick for him. So Parker Thompson will be feeling very, very pleased. And the way he celebrated with JDX Racing after that victory earlier today, absolutely proof that it's a big team effort, and they're really loving it. It's great to see his teammate Tim Pappas come up and give him a sort of a quick squeeze as he went up towards the podium. So it's good to see that level of friendliness from 2 teammates. Of course, they're not running in the same championship because they're not both competing for the pro class, but great all the same to see.
Got to say, the future of road racing and endurance racing looks pretty good when you look at the depth of talent here with Parker Thompson, Seb Priaulx, Riley Dickinson, Kai van Berlo, Sebastian Carrazzo, Dylan Murray, all in the junior category, under 23 years old. By the way, Kai van Berlo, despite the short amount of time we were under green, starting at the back with that new 4-litre flat 6 engine, doing, well, I'll not say what I was going to say because some people might be staying away from the F1 results, but with that new engine, up to 10th overall and 9th position in the pro category in the space of barely, Bruce, a single racing lap around here.
Yeah, entirely so, John. I listed him as having got not quite as high as that, but that was before Sebastian Carrazzo's, Efren Castro's car got moved down the order because, of course, that did cross the start-finish line, but not exactly at grace speed and certainly leaking fluids. Those are being cleared up, of course. But, yeah, that was a phenomenal opening lap from Kai van Berlo. And let's see how much further he's going to go. But, of course, no team likes to fit an engine and just send the car straight out onto the circuit. You'd like to have had a few laps to get some reconnaissance. So maybe these laps are actually a chance, not at full racing speed, for just systems checks and so on. That could actually be a reassurance to the team. Of course, Kai van Berlo will be feeding back information from the cockpit, and hopefully all is fine. All the vital signs of life, the temperatures, the pressures are all fine. But certainly that was a really strong, positive opening lap of the race from the Dutchman.
The other thing is that it had closed the field back up again in front of him. It will be a single file restart, so that the opportunity to make up some positions in the early part of the restart. It is a time certain event, so it was 45 minutes on the clock. We've burned about 10 of those minutes at the moment, so once the clock comes down to 0, if you have just passed the start-finish line, you have one more lap. If you are just coming round to finish, then you don't. It's as simple as that, really. Basically got to look for about a minute and 40 seconds on the clock and work out whether we're going to see the white flag after that. Great work being done by the clean-up crews here at the Indianapolis Speedway, and probably not quite used to having to go the way they are down the front straight at the moment to lay down the oil dry to get that fluid up. It is right up against the wall, but we've seen how close these Porsches are getting to the wall.
And quite clearly the big problem is the bit where the car then went down the banking across the circuit, the slightly banked start-finish straight, and then crossed into pit lane. The bit up by the wall, I think, is absolutely fine. People know it's there, and they can easily stay off that. And in fact, if you look in regular racing here on the infield format of the circuit, they tend to go right down the middle of the start-finish straight anyhow, because they're not looking to go into a bank corner at the end and be up on that high line. So a lower line is actually more suitable for them. Thank goodness, that's at least a helping hand in all of this. But we're still running around behind the safety car, still under caution, still the cleanup goes on. And with every lap that it's not at racing speed, this will be a disappointment for Van Berlo. He needs as many laps at full racing speed when you're allowed to overtake to pick his way up the order, try and get closer and closer to Parker Thompson, who's leading the race, to Seb Priaulx, who's second, so that he can minimise what the points that he's going to lose in this race. As it is, unless he gets up to win the race, he's going to lose to his rivals, so he wants to minimise that. He wants to get on with it right now. Did I spot a car just entering the pit lane? Was it Hutton McKenna?
It was indeed Hutton McKenna. Good spot there. I'm not sure why. He did lose some positions early on, and that was the first car that Kai von Berlo got past, actually. There's going to be a lot of dust in the air going down to turn one, where the line of oil dry is right across the track. Under full course yellow for Porsche Carrera Cup North America 2021. Third race and final race of the weekend at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The Visit Cayman Islands presented series being the headline event here, with the new 992 Cup cars making their debut on the banking at IMS. And we've even got a GT3, 992 GT3 at the front of the field, serving as the pace and safety car as it is now out on the circuit. Coming down to half an hour to go, and I think we've got probably one, maybe two more laps here, Bruce, before these flat six engines are going to be singing at near their 9,000 RPM limit.
They will bark again, but I think you're quite right. Certainly still they've got to do the most critical bit of the liquid clear up. That's the bit where it comes down across the start-finish straight towards the exit of the pit lane. And certainly Efren Castro pulled across into pit exit as soon as he could. But I would suggest at certain points on the circuit there's a sensation among the cars that pace appears to be picking up. It might just be a slow corner and fantastic footage showing the cars going through, but you can sense that they need to get closer and closer. If a restart's coming soon, these cars should be nose to tail. Because anybody further down the order, brackets, that'll be Kai van Berlo, he won't want these cars to be spread out. He wants them close, so that he can maybe make a passing manoeuvre or two down into turn one when they get released, of course.
Losing temp and pressure again in the Michelin Pilot Cup N-rated tyres that are standard fitment for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America and indeed Porsche Super Cup and the other championships around the world. Just give the opportunity for the young driver from the North American series to go and compete on equal terms in the Young Driver Shootout later in the year. Real opportunity to further one's career there, and that has benefited, well, quite frankly, a who's who of sports car racing. Here's McKenna coming out of the pit lane, and he gets out just before the safety car. He just got to the safety car line before the blue 992 GT3 came down, so I think he will be able to go around and to the back of the grid.
Well, he's going to get the move on. Whatever he has to do, he's got to absolutely have the pedal to the metal to try and catch the tail of this group of cars, because if they get released at the end of this lap, he may not have caught up to the tail, and then he'll be losing any advantage he can find. So he's going to be flat out to try and catch the tail of this field. But up front, it's going to be Parker Thompson trying to do what he's done twice before today in the second of the 3 races here at the IMS, is to control the restart. The first time he did it fairly well, and the second time a whole lot better. Each time he dropped Seb Prio, but the second time he actually made a break. Don't think Seb Prio hasn't clocked that. He'll be absolutely as sharp on it as he was at the first time of asking.
Yeah, the restart zone, as per the driver briefing, starts in between the left-hander at turn 13, where the pit lane entrance is, to just after the exit of turn 14. So you've got to be careful not to go too early or too late. That's the restart zone. Of course, coming to the original green flag, that's slightly different. You do have to wait for the green flag to be in the air. Now, have they had the word that the lights are going out? Because Parker Thompson has slowed right down, but I'm looking at the safety car and the lights were still on the last time I saw it.
I think the signals come from the pits, John. Okay, I think the lights may have been out, but certainly if
Your crew says it's going to happen this lap, you start thinking about it, and I think Parker Thompson's pulled another blinder.
Well, he's certainly picking up speed early in the lap through 7, 8, 9 and 10 to try and get some energy into the Michelin tyres, particularly the front tyres for when he turns in. And the safety car lights, are still on. Well, Thompson's playing a very dangerous game there. You're not really supposed to drop and slow down and then speed up again whilst the safety car is out there. The general convention is that you stay between 10 and 15 car lengths behind the safety car and run at a steady pace. And only when the lights go out does the leader effectively become the safety car and then have the opportunity to control the pace of the speed. But even then, you can slow the field down, but you shouldn't be speeding up, then slowing down. Very, very dangerous indeed. And Parker knows that. Quite an experienced driver for a man of such tender years. So he's going to have to be a wee bit careful.
Well, one thing that I wondered about, had he had a signal from the pits that it was going to happen this lap, despite the lights not at that point being out on top of the safety car. Clearly he couldn't have had that signal, because anybody in the pits would look across over the low pit wall and see 3 course vehicles still clearing up, still creating a huge cloud of dust as they brush and brush and brush and try and remove that cement dust now that it's done it drying up purpose. But I reckon looking at that, we've got another 2 laps behind the safety car.
Yeah, I think at least that, Jeremy. Going to end up with around about maybe as little as 20, 18 minutes to go to the end of this one. Kurt Swearingen leading the, with ACI Motorsports leading the Pro-Am category in the number 17, 9th position overall. Alan Metney up into 2nd position for that particular category, and John Goetz in 3rd. So good point scoring by Alan. Of course, he's main championship rival, and already with the problems. Efren Castro in the wall. No start for Vernon McClure. Max Root didn't make the trip over from Laguna Seca. Sean McAllister with problems that prevented him getting to the grid for this race for JDX Racing. Similar story for Andor Kovac as well. So some 23 cars taking the green flag. Check that, 24 cars taking the green flag, but Efren Castro out very early on. In the 991 category, Joe Lombardo is ahead of Conor Flynn, so that's a change. Conor was sitting on pole position with a few cars between himself and Joe Lombardo, but a very good start by the Kenny Moss Road and Race driver in the number 92 Porsche has seen him steal back the lead in the 991 Pro-Am category in the short amount of green flag racing that we had. Already down to 25 minutes. Nothing more tedious for a pent-up racing driver.
And worth reiterating, John, quite simply for those that are trying to pick up positions, having been well down the order, and that means you, Van Berlo, then this is really frustrating. Now, for the second time of asking, Parker Thompson did precisely the same, coming down to the end of that infield straight to turn 7. He backed it right up and then accelerated hard. Maybe it's the angle of the camera. It makes it look as though he's so far behind the safety car that he might have gone beyond that maximum distance you're allowed to drop back. Maybe not. Maybe it's the camera angle. But when they come onto the start-finish straight, they're met again with still great clouds of cement dust as the dust is attempting to be cleared up. But it really is a bit like the East African Safari Rally.
Don't get me started on that. Rally of the Gods back on the WRC Championship schedule this weekend. The old Acropolis Rally, and proving to be just as much of a car breaker as it ever was, even though World Championship rallies now are somewhat of a shadow of their former self. And, the rally that started uncharacteristically with a whole load of mud is back to being dust again today. Talking about my motorsport roots there, Mr. Jones coming from the northeast of England and having Killer Kielder, the largest man-made forest in Europe, on my doorstep. The days of the old Lombard RAC, British Round of the World Rally Championship. It was a happy hunting ground for me.
Great days. Well, as a lad, I actually was living in Greece when my father was working for Ford Motor Company. We used to go and watch the Acropolis Rally. It was epic. Absolutely brilliant in the day.
Well, and in fact, the sort of car specs that you got there weren't dissimilar from the East African Safari. Quite often they'd have a quite different specification to run something like the Acropolis than you would for some of the other rallies, and this more smoother gravel and tarmac rallies. Clearly not quite the bars on the front for the protection of the drivers and indeed the machinery from the local wildlife that you'd have, but my goodness me, some gorgeous looking cars. Once again, we've got the leader dropping way back. The safety car lights are still on, and this is in the infield straight line, the infield straightaway, and Parker Thompson way back, and then picks up the speed through 7, 8, 9 and 10. I think left, right, Jeremy, just to try and keep some heat in particularly the front Michelin tyres, but I'm not sure how that will be viewed by race control, if I'm honest.
Well, I think if they're going to offer him some form of punishment, if they think he's transgressed by now, someone would be walking or these days just firing a message down to his crew to let him know not to do that, or we're watching you, don't do it again. But anyhow, down to turn 12 they go one more time. Still the lights flashing on the roof of the safety car, so going around for one more time at the very minimum. And every time you get on the start-finish straight, John, to my eye, it looks dustier than the time before, which shouldn't actually be possible.
Well, I think they've got the sweepers on there now, and what they're trying to do is get the excess oil, dry compounds off the track surface. You're never going to do it all, so on the restart we are going to have a huge cloud of dust. Hutton McKenna in and through the pits again, so not entirely certain what is wrong with that Porsche, but he's been through the pit lanes at least a couple of times that I've seen. He's dropped to the back of the field, but he's still on the lead lap in that Wright Motorsports number 88 car, sitting in 10th in the Pro category. Hardy spectators have been with us here this weekend. Thank you very much, ladies and gents, for supporting the first of what we hope is a regular event, the Porsche Sportscars Together Festival. Linked it in with a very special Luftgekühlt as well in Indianapolis this weekend, celebrating all things air-cooled up to the 1997 model year. Well, there's one or two 1998s as well, I think, that were still being registered then. The Type 993 Porsche 911s with the fabulous Metzger flat six engine. To some, still the ultimate iteration of the 911. But you have to say, with each new iteration, Porsche has built more into it and refined and evolved the car. No revolution. Seems hard to think now, Bruce, that you and I will remember when Porsche were telling us that the design of the 911, the rear engine, the flat six, and particularly the air-cooled car, it's going to be gone. The 928, that's the new car, front-engined V8, that's going to take over. That's going to be our halo product. And here we are, years later, and from 1963 to 2021, and relatively recently, we've just had this new Type 992, the 8th iteration of the Porsche 911.
I think they were just trying to mislead us, John, but anybody who's driven a 928S, fantastic cars, but just so different, and not taken to with the same aplomb. Their price tag was higher as well when they were introduced than the 911. So it's still a fantastic car to drive, but just so different. And really that bloodline had to be maintained. And thank goodness, and the fans here for the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest clearly appreciate the way the bloodline was kept on. And also just the way that Porsche always has a sporting heritage. And the 928S was never, yes, it did get raced, but really not very often. And it was a car that was taking it away from the roots. Of course, they can run side by side in a Porsche range, but it was a bold experiment, great to drive, but thank goodness they kept the 911 range.
Now, there's been a great variety of Porsches here. Rear-engined, of course, front-engined with the 928, mid-engined with the 914s and the Caymans and Boxsters. Transaxle cars, the 924s, 944s and 968s. They've got their own characteristics, but one thing, it doesn't matter when you get into any Porsche, even if it's one of the SUVs or now the electric Taycan, you sit in a Porsche and you know you're sitting in a Porsche, and there's a sense of occasion every time you drive a Porsche. Well, the good news is the lights are out on the safety car, so that shark blue machine at the front of the field will pick up speed, and all of the clear-up vehicles have now gone from the start-finish straight. I reckon we're going to green flag at the end of this lap, and probably picking up the pace just a little bit, just to allow people to get a bit of heat into the brakes and the tyres, Bruce.
Entirely so, John, but what I'm hoping to see is the field starts to bunch together in a straight line. The first three runners, Thompson, Prio and Dickinson, know exactly what they've got to do. Lee Keane sometimes drops back a little bit. He's got to do his bit and get close to the car in front. Everyone behind has to do their bit, get them into a pack. Parker Thompson's looking as though he wants to go right here, right now. Of course, he's not allowed to do so. He's got to wait, as you said, John, until he's exited turn 13, the penultimate corner. Then he can start burning the rubber and laying down. But look how this field is spread out. That's going to be frustrating for the driver. Coming across the screen now, Kai van Berlo. He thought behind the safety car they could get closed right up, and unfortunately that's not proved the case. Maybe on the infield straight they will. In fact, Parker Thompson's allowing them to do so. That at least is good news.
So we're coming down to something around about, I think, 15 minutes, maybe a little more. That's going to give us something in the region of maybe 8 laps, 9 laps, depending on when we get going. Safety car will pull into the pit lane now, and Parker Thompson then controls the field. Under 16 minutes to go. Coming to the run up onto banking at turn number 11. Safety cars pulled away and will peel off right into the pit lane about now. Everybody pumping their brakes. Good way to get heat into the Michelin tyres. Drag the brake a little bit, warm up the brake rotors, the discs, transfers through the alloy wheels. Stand by. Let's get this restart underway. It's going to be spot on 15 minutes. And right in the middle of the final corner, Parker Thompson kicks it down and off he goes. Flicks down through the PDK box, gets a great restart. Here comes Riley Dickinson. Oh, we've seen this story before. Down into the first corner, Seb Prio kicking up the dust on the pit wall side of things. And even with all of that clag on his tyres, he actually makes a really good braking manoeuvre down the inside. Van Berlo going round the inside of Dylan Murray, excuse me. David was his father that I commentated on years ago.
Well, that was hyper impressive, and John, I could hear you sucking in through your teeth as I was when we had Riley Dickinson getting alongside Seb Prio there. We thought, history, please don't repeat itself. We had that incident on a restart behind Parker Thompson in the second race. We thought it was going to happen all over again, but now it's as it was before at the front, but the person who's really gained place is up to 6th place and still charging is Kai van Berlo. He was 10th on the restart. 4 corners later, he's up to 6th. He may yet get a crack at the top, but down to just 14 minutes remaining in the race. And looking at the way that Parker Thompson is driving, I think it's absolutely his weekend. He's controlled 3 restarts in this, 1 in this race and 2 in the previous race. He's got it spot on each time. The challenge to Seb Prio's come from Riley Dickinson. But look, Kai van Berlo right under the tail of TJ Fisher. Lee Keen's sort of halfway between that little group and the group in front, but Van Berlo surely is going to be coming through when they run down the start-finish straight down towards turn 1. Well, he's done it even before that, so he'll be going up into the banking in 5th position. Out of 13 into 14, and the Dutchman really is flying up towards the wall. Don't go too high, you'll find all the dust up there. Though they've tried to sweep it clear, it might still be a vestige of oil down there. Don't go too close to the pit wall, or you do what Seb Prio did and have just dust billowing out of all 4 wheel arches. But Van Berlo really on a charge there. David Murray trying to gain places as well. I've fallen into John's trap. Dylan Murray, of course, son rather than father, competing in the race. Leading the way in the Pro-Am class, 10th overall, car 17, that's Kurt Swearingen, and up to 13th now to lead Pro-Am 991, it's Joe Lombardo. But leading the race, it's Parker Thompson from Seb Prio, just 7/10 of a second between the pair of them. But it's important, Thompson's controlled the restarts. He's really mastered that this weekend. We wish we didn't have to have the restarts, but we needed the clean-up after Efin Castro hit the wall coming onto the start-finish straight and left liquids right the way across the track. So it's Thompson, Prio, Dickinson, small gap, then Lee Keen, small gap and becoming smaller all the time. As Kai van Berlo closes in, he's 5th, he wants 4th, he wants 3rd, 2nd and 1st. He may not have time to do that. 12.5 minutes remain in this race. Car 92, Joe Lombardo, black and red livery, heading the way in the Pro-Am 991 class. Really good run from him. He had a spin in the first race, much better second race, and now he's going better and better still. Yes, the field was bunched up by the safety car, but he's really very close to John Gertz and may be able to pick him off. And John is in the Pro-Am class, not the 991. John's got the new 992. Now just starting to sense what is going on at the front, and it looks like Parker Thompson has got about a second's advantage. We'll find out very soon. Over the start-finish line they go. 13 laps will be on the board. Not a second. 0.572 of a second, at a similar margin back to Riley Dickinson in 3rd. Then it's 4th place, still Lee Keen, but being hunted down 0.4 of a second behind. By the time they get to turn 1, almost close enough to make a move into turn 2. But Kai van Berlo still in 5th place, but still looking, still pushing, still probing. Looking for any other changes behind. No, it's still Lombardo leading the Pro-Am 991 class, still in 13th place overall. Kurt Swearingen still leading championship leader in the Pro-Am class, Alan Metney, but by 1.5 seconds. Can he hold that to the end? Just 11 minutes remaining in this race. It'll be a great weekend for Kurt Swearingen if he can put another one in over the Pro-Am championship leader. Those first 3 really are starting to stretch clear of Lee Keen. Lee in the bright red car from 311 RS Motorsport turns into turn 7. All on his tail. Kai van Berlo taking a look, not finding any answers to any of the questions that are being asked. Looking to see actually rising up from the back. Hutton McKenna has picked off Grady Willingham, but he was a long way behind. Luckily, he managed to catch the tail of the field during that long safety car period, but it's only going to be points for 10th place in the pro class for Hutton McKenna after those runs through the pit. Now, having not got close enough, sorry, Hutton, I mentioned you, and suddenly, as I did that, your 88 car sitting sideways in the gravel. Can't quite identify where that is as yet, but the car is going nowhere fast. I think it's actually coming out onto the infield straight. It might have been on the exit. Well, sort of having gone off early going to turn 6. We'll spot that shortly. But Seb Prio now leads the race. Why is that? Because Parker Thompson must have entered the pits. Parker Thompson was leading the race. It's come in through the pits. I'm wondering if that was to do with what John and I were discussing when he was bunching up the field and then dropping back from the safety car during that caution period. Just a guess, but it does mean Seb Prio's into the lead of the race now. Riley Dickinson's into second, Lee Keen's into third, and Kai van Berlo suddenly is starting to sense he could get a top 3 position in this. Waiting for notification, but that's my hunch as to why the race leader suddenly dived into the pit lane. He's fallen, he's come back out. Well, I'm waiting for him to come back and see if he's at the back of the grouping coming down the infield straight. Not in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. He's not in the top 10 at the moment. Need a longer shot to see if he's come out of the pits and rejoined. Well, he's certainly behind Kurt Swearingen, and behind Swearingen is Metney, so he's behind Metney as well. Has the Canadian Parker Thompson, who looks like he's going to almost have a sweep of this weekend. Well, he'll come away with some points for 9th place in the Pro Class, but it's not what he was looking for. He was looking for the full 25, the full fat 25 points for race victory. Now we've got a yellow flag, still yellow flags being held on the starter's gantry to the drivers. No overtaking. Maybe they've decided there's too much of a slippery surface on the approach to turn 1. That will be a frustration for Kai Berlo, because this is where he was hoping that he could make a move down the straight, but as he sweeps onto the straight, taking a slightly different line now down the straight, trying to get a toe, but they appear to be backing off their pace. Are we about to have a caution? Well, it could be, because Hutton McKennan's car is sitting at the side of the track in the gravel. So it used to be race leader Parker Thompson. It certainly isn't now. So with 8 minutes left, let's hope this caution can be completed and we can go racing again before the flag comes out at the end of 45 minutes. That's the planned time for this race. It'll be 45 minutes and out, but course vehicle out there waiting to pull, presumably Hutton McKenna's car, out of the gravel. And with cars running at a bated pace, that's absolutely fine. They can see where it is as they sweep through the early part of the lap. Hutton McKenna's car has got going over again just before the safety car came around, so at least that has been released. But Hutton, well, he may as well carry on in the race, but he's obviously cut a great chunk out of the circuit there, hasn't been on the right racing line to rejoin and to get going before the safety car. But at least it means, as long as they get that rescue vehicle off the course pretty quickly, this period should be a fairly short caution. So let's just run down the order. Seb Prio, the new leader, after Parker Thompson had to take a run through the pits. Don't know if he's come out of the pits. He's listed as 19th in the line of cars. Can't quite see him in the background. Yes, I can. He's right at the tail of the field. He's at the top of the screens. He's got a couple of cars behind him. I suggest he's probably got like Matt Halkins in behind him. No, Halkins ahead of him in the mystery vehicle. But number 9, Parker Thompson, champing at the bit, waiting to get going, but he's not going to have much time to get going in. Under 7 minutes remain in this race. Seb Prio, well, it's been a gift. He looked as though he was going to be having to settle for the 20 points for finishing the race in second place rather than 25 for victory. And John and I were discussing it's not worth it when you're leading the championship and your chief rival is behind you in the field to take any risks. But then again, in his mind, it must have been, hold on a second, Parker Thompson is picking up big points here this weekend, and it's suddenly, if he wins again, it's going to be a 3-driver battle when they go down to the final 3 races at Road Atlanta. Now, it won't be, because Parker Thompson is not going to pick up more than a handful of points. Seb Prio could pick up the full 25, and if things go per plan, then I think Kai Berlo could come through and take the 17 points for 3rd place. Hasn't got there yet. He's got Lee Keen in front of him. The clock keeps on counting down. Under 6 minutes remain in this race. Drivers are waiting for the restart. Now, with the lights out on the roof of the safety car, I sense they could well have been. We saw the course vehicle, the tow truck, pulling back to a position of safety. And if that's the case, the field is beautifully lined up for a restart. Beautifully, beautifully, beautifully out of the corner. They're into the restart zone. The lights are out. The safety car has withdrawn. The caution period is over. And now Seb Prio got the jump on Riley Dickinson. In fact, Lee Keen made the best start of the chasers there. He's trying to stay close to Dickinson, and in turn, Kai van Berlo is trying to get close to him, but down low to the pit wall, through the dust, they'll kick it up all over again. Again, billowing out of the wheel arches of Seb Prio. He's covered the inside line, not once, but twice. He's made absolutely sure. Lee Keen fancying getting around the outside of Riley Dickinson, but there was no outside. And in turn, that's put him slightly out of position into turn 3, but in readjusting his line, he put Kai van Berlo off onto the turf. Dylan Murray said thank you very much, picked off TJ Fisher, but for Kai van Berlo, it's a bit of a disaster. He hasn't lost a place yet, but he's lost momentum. He's falling back, and he's going to have to be quite careful at turn 4 to cover the line. He's got it well done, but he's not going to be passing Lee Keane at this rate. There's not going to be enough time left in this race. So the first three have escaped. It's Seb Prio, it's Riley Dickinson, and Lee Keane hanging on behind. Now, as Riley Dickinson, he blotted his copybook with a clash with Seb Prio down into turn 1 in race number 2. He probably fancies a bit of vindication this time around, but he's got to be cautious. Clean and tidy at the front of the field, looking to see if there are any changes in behind it. So it's still Kurt Swearingen, leading in the Pro-Am class, 9th overall at the moment. He's got Alan Metney, the championship leader who was busy on Friday and Saturday at Laguna Seca, racing in the Lamborghini series. What a fantastic year to have, racing in Lamborghinis and Porsche World. He was so well placed in both championships, he didn't know which one to do. He decided he could miss one, he could risk, because his lead was so big on points, one of the 3 races here, but he's back for the 2 today, and he's looking to try and get the class win in the Pro-Am class. Kurt Swearingen still in front of Alan Metney, and still in front of Riley Dickinson, leading the race. Seb Prio under 4 minutes on the clock. Lee Keane still hanging in behind, but this time around, Kai van Berlo starting to close in. A lap ago at the very point there on the exit of turn 2, Van Berlo ended up on the grass, lost momentum, almost allowed him to be passed by TJ Fisher and Dylan Murray, but they didn't get past. Murray has passed TJ Fisher, but they're dropping away, the first 4 beginning their escape. Joe Lombardo still in 13th, but more importantly for his point of view, he's still leading the Pro-Am 991 class. That's the class for the older cars, but these at the front are the brand new cars, the cars released for racing in 2021. Porsche Super Cup in Europe uses them. The Benelux Series in Europe uses them. The Asian Series uses them in their curtailed championship. But for the North American racing scene, the first year of the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, real accolades have these latest races, and they do look great. They sound great, and they race really, really well. Parker Thompson, by the way, is picking his way back up the order. He's only going to get to 9th place in the Pro class, though he's got a gaggle of cars in front of him. He may pass them, but that won't improve his points haul unless he can get ahead of Ryan Gates. But Ryan Gates some distance up the track ahead of him. 2.5 minutes remaining. The driver from Guernsey in the Channel Islands off the south coast of England leading the way. He's had a cracking first season of racing in the North American racing scene, and like almost all the drivers at the front, all the young guns aged under 23, they're eligible to go and compete if they come out at the top, to go and compete for Porsche prizes and maybe Porsche Works drives at the end of the season in the Porsche Shootout, where the very best of the young drivers from around the world, the various Carrera Cup series, get to have a crack, go to a shootout, and who knows where it could lead. With sports car racing about to go off a massive springboard of improvement and scope as more and more manufacturers are coming in to compete on either side of the Atlantic in prototypes, it's a very good time to be a rising sports car and GT racer. And certainly looking at the drivers at the front of this field, the odd one out in the grouping is Lee Keane, whose next birthday will have 39 candles on his cake. Certainly his age, no problem at all in terms of the racing. There he is in the 311 RS Motorsport entry, holding off Kai van Berlo, the driver who really had a fantastic winning streak between rounds 2 and round 6. But he's held him off one more time down into turn 7 at the end of that infield straight, and in turn, even though Dickinson's very close to Prio, Prio has still got the nose of the Multimatic liveried car in the lead of this race. 1 minute on the nose remaining in this race, so it'll be this lap and the next one. That will be the lot. Now the big question is, can Dickinson, as they go down to turn 12 for the penultimate time at racing pace, can he make a move down the start-finish straight to try and pass into turn 1, the bogey corner, you might say, for him? And likewise, can Van Berlo try and make a move on Lee Keane, looking very, very agile as he takes a slightly different line through out of turn 13 into 14. He's got the toe coming onto the start-finish straight. He's closer than Dickinson is to Prio. Prio's got a margin of probably 3/4 of a second. But look in the background of the shot, Lee Keane going from one side of the track to the other. You can almost not see Van Berlo, not because of the dust, just because he's so close behind. So Keane's got the inside line going into turn 1. A bit more speed carried by Van Berlo, but there won't be an outside line. Maybe the undercut can go the other way. Oh no, Keane's driven that very well indeed and just moves across. Thank you very much. Momentum took me there. So you're not going to get past me into turn 3. Van Berlo's going to have to think all over again. Quick double check what was happening behind. Oh, Ryan Gates is falling back towards Parker Thompson. There may be a change of position. Parker's up to still in 9th place in the Pro class, but he's only 2 positions behind. Oh, Van Berlo makes the move. Well, thought about it. I didn't think he was going to go, but that is determination. We've seen that before from him when he's tackled Seb Priaulx for victory in one of the races in particular. It was Watkins Glen, I think. He dived past him right at the end of the lap, or was it Road America? Either way, great move. But he does love the element of surprise. So Van Berlo still trying to pick off, well, he's not going to get close enough to Dickinson, but he's up to a podium position at least, up to the top 3. And it's still Kurt Swearingen in number 17, 8th overall, but importantly, still leading the Pro-Am class, and it's still, now he's lost a position overall, but he's still leading the Pro-Am 991 class. That's Joe Lombardo. But as the clock counts down, you really start to feel that it's going to be Seb Priaulx. Riley Dickinson close. There he is in number 53, but it's 15 still in front. Only a handful more corners to go. We've reached the end of 45 minutes of elapsed time. Just as they come out onto the start-finish straight, onto the main straight, it's going to be Priaulx by, under half a second from Dickinson, up to 3rd place from the very tail of the field for Van Berlo. Had an engine change. That's why he had to have that massive fight from the back. Into 4th place, Lee Keane losing out on that final lap. So important position changes, a few points difference may yet add up at the end of the season. Kurt Swearingen, 8th overall, still comes through to take the Pro-Am class just by 2/3 of a second from Alain Metny, and Joe Lombardo just waiting for him to cross the line and complete 20 laps. There, the black and red Porsche coming into turn 1 now at abated speed. The job is done, and he beat Matt Halcombe, who rose up the order in Pro-Am 991 by 3 or 4 seconds. But of course the field was compressed and the field was released, and really enjoyable racing. Shame we had such a long period. But it was absolutely essential while the track was cleaned up after Efren Castro's mishap with the wall on the outside of turn 14. But the day today, it seesawed backwards and forwards. Parker Thompson bagged one earlier, and this time around he didn't quite catch Ryan Gates. He was 3 seconds down at the end, so he only takes the points for 9th place. So this weekend, it looks like it was going to be Parker Thompson taking the largest points haul, but it's the driver slowing down, flashing his lights. It's the Multimatic liveried car number 15. It's Seb Priaulx. He now knows he's got 1 more race meeting and 3 more races. That will be at Road Atlanta next time out, the final round of the season. And he is going to have the bragging rights going down. He's going to have the points advantage, but he knows that Parker Thompson's really up to pace, better than before. Riley Dickinson is a whisker away from taking a win. He'll be determined to get one of those. And you can be sure that Kai Van Berlo, who fought up from the very tail of the field to take that 3rd place finish, he's far from finished in the championship. But it's advantage Seb Priaulx. It's been a very, very good weekend for the Guernseyman here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And it's been a fantastic meeting. The Porsche Sportscar Together Fest, first of those. And I'm sure for Porsche fans, when the grandstands are wide open next year, there are going to be tens of thousands of Porsche fans coming to Indianapolis for this one. I think that the Porsche story has many more pages in its book, and another one has been turned by Seb Priaulx this afternoon. So just as Seb brings it in, the top 6, Seb Priaulx, Riley Dickinson, Kai Van Berlo, up from the back of the field to 3rd. Lee Keane in 4th. Dylan Murray, he picked his way past TJ Fisher. He comes home 5th, TJ Fisher in 6th, and Seb Karatso just under a second down behind that in 7th place. But the VP Oils flag, the Racing Fuels flag being carried by Seb Priaulx, who can now relax. He's done a fantastic job. 2 wins out of 3 this weekend, and even the race where he got spun around, he still scored enough points to just keep his championship challenge going, and he's got his nose right in front now. So I think when we had him interviewed yesterday, he still had a lot to think about. There were still 2 more races to come. But I think this time around, when he gets out of the car, when we hear his words of wisdom, they'll be tinged with a large element of relaxation as well as pride. You can sort of just feel the relief. It was a big ask here. And certainly Riley Dickinson, Kai Van Berlo, Parker Thompson all kept him very honest. But 2 wins out of 3 here. Yes, he's absolutely loving it. High on the roof again, as he was before. That's his 3rd win of the year. And very, very proud 3rd generation racer from Guernsey. There's the Guernsey flag all adorning his helmet. But yes, you can see, you don't need to see a driver's face to tell just how big the smile is. So the team, Kelly Moss Road and Race, another win to them. And lots of applause all round. But he had to work hard for that, and I'm sure would have rather all of the racing laps were run at full racing speed, because though you're the most likely person to get it right, the man who controls the pace at the front, it's still difficult, but hugs all round. Those are points in the bank, and it may well be points that take him towards going over and having a real crack at the Porsche shootout later this year. But joy unabounded for Seb Priaulx. What a weekend for him at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And really, what a fantastic first season so far for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. And he's bounding around, he's heading off towards the podium. And when he gets down there, we will hear his words of wisdom, his words of happiness, because I'll be handing over shortly. More kissing of the Yard of Bricks, very special. And when we saw Parker Thompson win it, he made all his crew get down there and kiss those fabled bricks for some fantastic photos. Great championship, great level enjoyment. And let's hear, we'll go down now to hear the winning interview with Sean Samini.
Seb Priaulx back on top of the box again. Well fought. You've had a great weekend. I know the last race number 2 you weren't as happy about with what happened there, but you're back on top. You belong. The excitement in your face. You get out of the car, man. You could just tell your drive to win is outrageous. It's just a joy to see you run so well.
I can't believe it. I mean, it's a dream come true again to win. You know, it was a hard race. Good battling, really. Had a lot of pressure. Kept my head down, but again, I can't thank Kelly Moss, Multimatic, for an amazing car, and it's an incredible feeling, really.
And to add to it on top of it, post-race here, to have such a young driver, to be here kissing the bricks, the Yard of Bricks here in Indianapolis, twice in one weekend, it's just got to be a wild feeling, man. Tell me a little bit about what's going through your head right now at this moment.
It doesn't feel real. It's not sunk in yet. Thanks, buddy. It's tough. It's, this takes a lot of hard work, and it's really emotional for me, but I'm really happy I've done it once again, really.
Congratulations on a great run, Seb.
Thank you so much.
There you are, your winner. Again, Seb Priaulx here, the winner at the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest 2021. A lot more yet to come. We're going to head on up to the podium here momentarily, and we're going to crown all of our champions in all three classes. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned with us. We're going to be back with you in just a few minutes from the podium up top.
Ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
All right, folks, and we're back here on the podium. The last and final race, race number 3 this weekend for Porsche Carrera Cup, brought to you by Visit the Cayman Islands here at the Porsche Sportscar Sprint Fest. And we got our top 3 of our pro competitors right now coming out right around the corner. And in 3rd place, put your hands together for Kai Van Berlo. And in 2nd place, coming on out is Riley Dickinson. And up on top of the box one more time, it's Seb Prelo. Gentlemen, your Visit the Cayman Islands hats, please. And trophies up. And if we could go with our Michelin tire hats, please, gents. Excellent job. And it's time to celebrate with our champagne. And a big round of applause for our 3 professional drivers up here on top of the podium for our Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. And next up is going to be our top 3 in our Pro-Am class. And as the podium is reset once again for our Pro-Am class, as we round up our top 3 finishers in our Pro-Am class. And in 3rd place in our Pro-Am class, make some noise for Tim Pappas. And in 2nd place, please put your hands together for Mr. Alan Metney, who will not be joining us on the podium, but we are going to give him a big round of applause. Alan Metney. And up on top of the box, please make some noise for Kurt Swearingen. And our Visit the Cayman Islands hats, please. And our trophies up over our heads. Congratulations, gentlemen. And our Michelin tire hats, please. Trophies high in the sky. Well done. And it's time for the champagne. And another great weekend for the Racing with Children's team, Kelly Moss Road and Race. Mr. Tona having a great time out here on the podium. And now we will reset to get ready for our 991 class and our top 3. All right, and time to recognize our top 3 in our 991 class. In the 3rd position, it is Craig Conway. And in the 2nd spot in our 991 class, it is Matt Halcomb. And up on the very top spot on the podium, put your hands together for Joseph Lombardo. And gentlemen, Visit the Cayman Islands hats, please. Trophies up.
Congratulations, gentlemen. And if we could, let's switch to our Michelin tire hats. We could ask you the trophies up one more time. Trophies up. Excellent job. Big smiles all the way around. Great job, guys. Hey, it's time to celebrate. All right. So that concludes their last and final race here at the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest for race number 3 for the Porsche Career Cup North America, brought to you by Visit the Cayman Islands. The racing's not completely done yet. We still have one more class, Time Attack, out on the track right now, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. My name's Sean Cernby, and I'll be right back with you in just a little bit. Action around the corner, more to come. America. That has been big. 2 great races there. Very exciting stuff. And some great racing that happened throughout that series as well. We've done all of our club racing. That was a lot of fun. We saw some amazing, amazing cars all the way back to the early 70s up into the mid-2000s, and really great stuff there. And then we just finished up with the last and final of 3 races for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, brought to you by Visit the Cayman Islands. And what a great race that was at the end. Had some cautions going on, so that slowed things down for a bit. But then towards the end, we got down to the nitty-gritty, as I promised you early in the day on Friday, day 1 here. I said the cream will rise to the top, and I'll be darned if it did. The cream's at the top right now, folks, and it has been an awesome, awesome weekend. And we're finishing up with this last and final time attack. With right now, it is Lenzing out in front in the number 54 with a 145.077. Ingram behind him in the number 11 car, and there is your current leader in the 54. He has been running extremely well throughout the weekend. Every time he is on track, he is on point. And I think the same can go for Ingram and Cook as well. I got to see Mr. Cook came up and talked to me on the podium a little while ago and told me a little bit about his experience and how much fun he's having out here. And I know at home, Mr. Cook, his kids are watching and loving it. So, hey, kids at home that are watching, so happy that you guys have been joining in all weekend and watching Dad on the track here. And you can be proud kids because your dad has been doing one amazing job this weekend here. And we know you've been watching and behind him and following him. And how cool is that? So, very exciting, and kudos to you kids for hanging in there and watching the old man race around the track all weekend, because he has been a rock star out here from day 1 all the way to day 3. So proud kids, proud dad. That makes it that much more special here at the Porsche Sportscar Together Festival, and we are all together as a big family. And boy, have we had an awful lot of fun. So it is mostly all in the record books now. We have had all kinds of great stuff. We had the Porsche Ontario from Porsche Ontario, California. They won the Restoration Challenge, and what an emotional day it was for them, as one of their cohorts and partners and key players in that restoration, in that build, sadly had just recently passed. And so it was a very emotional win, an emotional victory for them to win the first ever right here for the Restoration Challenge. And so very cool stuff, very emotional stuff. And I got a real good close look at all of the top 3 cars. Right, I mean, beyond off the showroom floor. Just absolutely perfect. The attention to detail was outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. It was so good. And the talent that those guys have to rebuild those cars and make them what they are today is it really just kind of stimulates the senses when you look at it. Just everything. It's got the new car smell. It's got the look of just, oh my goodness gracious. And just everything. Just really, really great stuff. So speaking of great stuff, there is Cook in the number 55. Kids, wave to Dad. He probably won't wave back. He's awfully busy. He's got his hands full in that car right there, as he's been putting in quite a bit of performance. And compared to some of the other cars out there, the 55 is a little down on horsepower compared to the rest of them. I actually say quite a bit down on horsepower compared to the rest of them. But for him to be coming in right now with his best lap of a 150.599, only about 5 seconds off the pace, but also upwards of, compared to some of the cars, about 400 horse down. I would have to say that Cook is doing quite a job wheeling that car around here, coming here out of Colorado. And so a long ride from Colorado to here, but it's been worth it because what a performance he has put in today. We are just inside 10 minutes to go in this last and final session here of our 3-day weekend. And it's a 3-day weekend of racing, but Porsche has been taking over Indianapolis, the whole city, not just the Speedway. They're here for 10 days, so they still have a lot of VIP training going on. Race training that's going to happen as the week continues on. They've had some great driving experiences leading up to this, so it's been 10 days long with the Porsche team and family here in Indianapolis on the track and around the city, doing a lot of different functions and car shows and a lot of great things. So it has been quite the ride here for Porsche and quite a ride here for all of our competitors in these cars. And what a wonderful weekend. As we see, there is the number 11 of Ingram. Got that mobile on there, the Pegasus or what have you. And very cool looking car, very racy looking car. It looks like it's going fast when it's parked. And it's just a beautiful car as he completes his last handful of laps here. Ingram going very well. Now out in front, Lensing in the 54. Don't count them out yet. These two, they've been going back and forth, swapping times like crazy all weekend. Our fast time right now as Ingram goes over the start-finish line. For him is a 1:44.375. Right behind him is a 1:45.077, so less than a half a second separating those two. And then Cook with a 1:50.599. And so that is your three remaining cars in this time attack. As they promised, they said, hey, by the end of the weekend Sunday, we are going to put out a show. And they are. Three completely different Porsche race cars out here, running extremely well. And no hiccups, no nothing out of these three cars. So they've been having a very, very fun weekend. So we're about 7.5 minutes left to go. Folks, we've had the simulator rides. The fan zone's still going. That's still going to be going until 5:30. So you still got the simulator ride. That's still happening in there. We still have all the other restored Porsche cars that are still there on display. You can go check them out for those of you that are cruising around here. Not to mention, the Kid Zone is still open and in full effect. So that's all happening. And make sure you go and check out as well the 3D art. That was very, very cool. And that's still happening. And well, it's right there. It's hopefully, if it doesn't rain, it's going to be there for a while. And man, it came out really extra special. That's the 3D chalk art. And it's been in progress for the last couple of days. It's finally finished up. And that is Alexandria Jade. That is Alexandria, Alixandra, Alexandria Jade. And you can follow her on her social media. And she is also part of the hashtag Sportscar Together. And you don't have to be here at the festival to be part of that. If you're home and you're watching, take a picture of the screen. Take a picture you're sitting on the couch by yourself or with your friends and family, wherever you're doing. Take a picture of that, put it on, say, hey, we're part of it. We might not be there, but we'll be there as far as in our minds, and we're loving it. So hashtag that right there. Hashtag Sportscar Together, and let us know that you're here, you're supporting this wonderful weekend. And that's exactly what it has been. 6 minutes left to go here. Ingram, Lensing, and Cook. That is the way the top three is going. And as we continue on with the weekend, there's still a lot of great things that have been happening throughout the weekend. And the fan zone is still in full effect. And for those of you here watching, there is a lot of racing left to come in this 5.5 minutes with these three cars out here. So much going on. I know Philippa with the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, she's been watching this quite a bit. This has been one of her favorite classes as well. She has mentioned that. That's what Philippa had said, that she loves this. She's been watching it, and she said, my favorite thing, and I'm going to do it this afternoon, I'm just going to sit back, relax, our racing's done, and I'm going to watch the Yokohama time attack here, and I'm going to relax, put my feet up with a nice toaster strudel. And so that's what she's doing right now. So I hope you're enjoying that toaster strudel, Philippa. Very good stuff. And we are continuing on, only a few minutes left to go. And then the weekend is going to be over and done with here momentarily. And what a weekend it was at the inaugural 2021 Porsche Sportscar Together Festival here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. All the big races are in the record books. And there is a lot of competitors that need big-time congratulations that have worked very hard from the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Great racing all weekend from them. 21 competitors out on the track for every single race. And then, of course, as I said, we just finished up race number 3 from the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Some excellent racing there. That's brought to you by Visit the Cayman Islands. And very good stuff. And if those of you that are watching the last lap, Kai van Berlo out of the Netherlands put in a phenomenal lap, and as Kelly Moss rode in racing for children's prepped Porsche, and put himself up on the podium. He was not in podium position when the white flag flew. But boy, he got aggressive. He did what he needed to do, got himself up there in 3rd place. So very, very exciting stuff for him. And then let's throw in the mix with Kelly Moss Road and Race as Alan Metney as well got himself back up on the podium. And that's just for that class alone. So Kelly Moss Road and Race have been really taking control of the weekend here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and just making it that much more special for us. We are just outside of 13 minutes left to go in this last and final time attack. Ingram, 143.898. That's his fastest lap so far. Behind him, it's Lensing with a 145.077. So Ingram has picked up the pace, now down in the 143s. That's a super fast lap for this class out here. Behind him, it is the number 55 of Cook. Cook with a 150.599. I'm curious to see, with just a little bit left of time on the clock for this time attack, can Cook put that down under a 150? Can we see a 149 out of that gentleman? I think we could. He's got the ability to do it. When I was talking to him on the podium earlier, he's got a hunger on it. He's enjoying this so much, but he just wants to push the car. And he's been doing it all weekend. He said he's been having a little bit of trouble with the car stepping out on him once in a while here and there, but that's because he's pushing so hard. So that's a fun thing to look for as we are 2 minutes, 5 seconds out left to go in this Yokohama time attack here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Can Cook in the 55. Cook a 149. Let's see what happens here in our last final remaining laps. So as the fan zone has roughly about another half hour left to go, there's still a lot of great stuff over there. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway merchandise is open. We have all the Porsche merchandise is over there as well. The simulator ride, that's in full effect. We've got all the 3D chalk art, that's going on, and a bunch of other great stuff around the area. Make sure you go over and check that area out before you leave here. If you haven't yet, you need to. And let's talk about the ride experiences. We have 2 of them for you. 2 different ride experiences. And that is happening right behind the main grandstands. And what's going on there, I'll tell you right now. That is the Porsche off-road experience. It's a ride-along. Very cool. It's go out there and check out some of the new cars and get a ride-along. It's an off-road, and it's quite a course they have set up here. Very impressive. And then, if that's not your style, I would think you'd want to do both, though. And you got about a half hour to do so. The Porsche Autocross experience. I'm talking autocross. And you get to ride in the new 718 Boxster GTS. The 718 Boxster GTS. And so that's quite a thrill. So you're going to want to go check that out. You've got a little bit of time left. And speaking of a little bit of time left, I looked down on my notes for one moment. 30 seconds left to go in this last and final session, as the checkered flag will be flying here momentarily. Ingram, 143.898. Lensing, P2, with a 145.077. And Cook with a 150.599. Those have been the best laps for each of those 3 competitors. Several drivers have dropped out of this class, as we originally started out with about 10 competitors earlier on in the week, and some have dropped out, as now the time attack time is over. Checkered flag should be flying this time by, as there's the 54. He is in P2. Lensing, as we should be seeing, I believe the checkered flag should be out. I'm not hearing from race control, but by the times, and the numbers don't lie, As we come around down the front stretch here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the checkers are out. Ingram brings in a 143.898. Lenzing in P2, Cook in P3. What a great run it was. Folks, thank you so much for being here and being part of and listening to this amazing weekend of Porsche Sportscar Together Festival. Amazing racing all weekend long. Make sure you go to all the websites. Visit all the websites. Follow us on Instagram and on Facebook. You can go to all the different websites for all the different race series. Find out where we're going to be next year, where we're going later on as the year goes on. This year, come check us out because there's a lot of great stuff going on all year long, and we want you to come here and be with us and be part of this Porsche family. So, that being said, folks, thank you so much. We hope everyone drives safe. We hope everyone watching at home watch reruns of this on the internet and look for us for the next Together Festival, because it'll happen again somewhere down the road here. I'm Sean Sermony. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have fun. Good night. Drive safe.